Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the Israel-Iran conflict. The latest updates, and there's going to be a State Department briefing coming up in about half an hour. We'll cover that. And got some video of aftermath of a Iranian couple of missile strikes one in Beersheba and one in Haifa. So we'll show that. And I appreciate you being here for the stream. Thank you to our moderators who are here. We have Beth Mythical moderating. This should be a little bigger. We have Beth Mythical modding, Janet B. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Over on Twitch, Matthew Kohai and Surly Dev. Thanks, Jay Stubbles. Jay Stubbles just gave 10 people subscriptions on Twitch. Wow. That's super nice of you, Jay Stubbles. Thank you. Make sure you thank Jay Stubbles over there on Twitch if you got a subscription. Thanks also to our Facebook moderators, too. I got to pull the Facebook chat up here, but sometimes it takes a while these days with Facebook. Oh, there it is. And I appreciate you being here. Our thanks to everybody watching on Facebook, like Smith Fresh, Jennifer Fowlodin, Marie Goodson Hamilton, our subscriber, Gary Jones, Darlene Carrick. Also, I want to say a quick thanks to... Hey, thanks so much to D's Guns. Thank you so much. D's Guns 1012. Thanks. Also, Juan Cabrera. Thank you so much, Juan. Much appreciated. Dave Charles from Wales, UK. Honeybee, Lavender Hayes, and Richard Hendricks. Okay. Right now, I only have this camera right now. I should be getting more. There was just some sort of little press conference after the European Iran talks. There was just a little press conference thing they had. I actually wouldn't mind trying to get you the video. I have the video of it, which I would like to show you. But let me see if I can grab that for you. Let's see. I'm going to try to get a little clip of it right here. I just saw it. It was just happening. All right, so I'm getting that. I'm going to show you some footage of the aftermath of while we were not on the air, there was a missile that hit in Haifa, an Iranian missile that hit in Haifa. So I want to show you some footage of that. All right, is this the presser right here? Let's see. That's not it. Hold on. Oh, hold on. It's downloading. I think I got it. I got the whole thing. All right, so what I'm going to show you right now, this is moments ago. This is a brief news conference with European foreign ministers after meeting with Iran. Okay, that's what I'm about to show you right now. If you give me 2 seconds, I'll put it on the screen for you. Okay. So this is moments ago, I'll say. I haven't even watched it yet. And I know at least some of it's in English. So we'll hear what they have to say. Oops. That says moments ago. Good. I like it. I like it. And then let me just get rid of that volume for a second. And let me just make sure of something right before I start playing that for you. So this was European representatives and hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Where did it go? What happened here? Here it is. Give me 1 second here. No. Yes, this was Iran's foreign minister met with diplomats from Europe. That's what happened, and it just finished. Okay? And this is some sort of people talking after. That's what it is. So let's watch this. Again, I haven't watched it yet, so I can't tell you what it's going to say. But some people speak. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see this. It's a little loud. It's a little loud. I prefer louder so I can make it softer. Hang on. Little chaos.
More down. More down. Best a little bit lower, man. Go down.
Anna, dégage-le. Descends.
So, ladies and gentlemen, after a serious negotiations, we're coming back to you. You will see a common statement from our partners that will be released to you, and everybody will give a very brief statement.
Please speak up. We can't hear
We can't hear you. Sorry, loud.
Erklären, dass wir froh sind, dass wir heute sehr ernsthafte Gespräche führen konnten mit unseren iranischen Kollegen. Die ganze Region ist in einer außerordentlich kritischen Situation.
Some of it is in English.
Es ist unser gemeinsames Bestreben, eine weitere Eskalation zu vermeiden, die Verhandlungen weiterzuführen.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Die News heute ist,
Do you want me to fill away from your
wir den Raum verlassen.
Yeah, I'm up.
Mit dem Eindruck, dass
Again, some of this is in English, and I think the sound does get better in a little bit. So it's not that long, so I'll just keep playing it.
die iranische Seite grundsätzlich bereit ist, über alle Fragen weiter zu sprechen. Für uns Europäer ist wichtig, dass wir beteiligt werden. Vor allen Dingen ist von großer Bedeutung, dass die Vereinigten Staaten von Amerika an diesen Verhandlungen einer Lösung beteiligt werden. Wir sehen das Nuklearvorhaben des Iran mit großer Sorge. Für Deutschland ist natürlich von herausragender Bedeutung, dass die Sicherheitsinteressen des Staates Israel, dem wir in besonderer Weise verpflichtet sind, gewahrt bleiben. Das werden wir bei allen weiteren Gesprächen priorisieren.
Are you more or less concerned?
Yeah, you walk to the center.
Okay, we can change.
So today was the discussions we had with Iran is that the regional escalation benefits no one, and that's why we need to keep the discussions with Tehran open. We agreed that we will discuss nuclear, but also broader issues that we have, and keep the discussions open. So I would stay here.
Did you make any progress?
Well, it was important to come from Washington, D.C. this morning and to be here with my European colleagues and to have these discussions with Iran. We were clear. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and the E3 in Europe have been clear for many years that that cannot happen. We are keen to continue ongoing discussions and negotiations with Iran, and we urge Iran to continue their talks with the United States. This is a perilous moment, and it is hugely important that we don't see regional escalation of this conflict, and indeed the issues that would cause for all of us, but also for people at home worried about cost of living at this time.
But was there a breakthrough?
Did you ask Iran?
Bonjour à tous, avec mes collègues, s'il vous plaît madame, merci beaucoup. Avec mes collègues européens, nous sommes aujourd'hui à Genève dans le cadre d'une initiative diplomatique visant à contribuer à la désescalade du conflit au Proche-Orient et au règlement durable des problèmes sécuritaires soulevés par le régime iranien, à commencer par le programme nucléaire iranien à vocation militaire qui s'est considérablement durci ces dernières années et qui soulève pour Israël, pour les pays de la région, mais aussi pour les pays européens, des risques existentiels. Au-delà du programme nucléaire iranien, il y a évidemment le soutien aux groupes terroristes au Moyen-Orient, le soutien à la Russie par le transfert de missiles et de drones, et puis la détention arbitraire de ressortissants européens, et je pense évidemment à Jacques Paris et Cécile Kohler, détenus en Iran depuis 3 ans dans des conditions indignes, assimilables à de la torture. Nous avons voulu ouvrir le retard nucléaire iranien. Nous avons obtenu un retard étroitement iranien. Risque.
That was it. That was it. So, anyways, we heard. I think we heard from that. I think that was the French foreign minister, and then we heard from the British foreign minister before that, and then I believe before that was Kaja Kallas, who's a vice president of the European Commission. So, hang on a moment here. So, and then, oh, was it the German foreign minister before that? Anyways, I don't know that we got any big news out of that, but they had their talks. There might be a statement from the Iranian foreign minister. Hold on, I might have that for you too. Yeah, the German foreign minister before that, Johann Wadepool. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. And then I think I have for you guys, maybe, do I have the Iranian foreign minister? Let's see. I think it just happened. Geneva. Oh, I think I do. Maybe. Maybe not. One moment. President Macron. Let me just go back to the Let me remove this off the screen so you can see Tel Aviv while I'm looking. Hang on. Let me just see if I can dig up the Iranian foreign minister comment. I don't think I have comments from him at the moment. I can't see that. So, anyways. We're going to have, I believe, in about 20 minutes, but maybe sooner. Let me look up when it is. There is a State Department briefing. David Joe Klotz thinks the talking is a waste of time. I thought there was a briefing today. Maybe there's not. I'm looking at the Department of State site. Yes, State Department briefing at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, there will be a State Department briefing. And we will be covering that. Okay. And I'm going to be showing you some footage from aftermath of Iranian strikes today in Beersheba and also in Haifa. Beersheba and Haifa. Speaking of which, I need to download the Haifa one, I think. Modine. Give me a moment here. Beersheba. Haifa. There it is. Okay, I'm downloading that for you. Then there's one more Haifa I want to download for you too. If I can find it here. Israel envoy. Haifa, there it is. I found it. I found it. Okay. Okay. Hey, thanks for your patience. I'm just checking a couple different things that I'm going to be showing you. So thanks for your patience. I'm going to take some of your comments coming up, And we will bring you updates. Yeah, there's a State Department briefing coming up in 15 minutes, 18 minutes. I just saw this mentioned. Oh, let me show you a couple things here. Oh, look. I think I have a comment from the Iranian foreign minister. I have a comment from the Iranian foreign minister. Hold on a second here. All right, I have an update about the talks today. Check it out. This is from Reuters. Iran says no to nuclear talks during conflict as UN urges restraint. And they say, Iran said today it would not discuss the future of its nuclear program while under attack by Israel, as Europe tried to coax Tehran back to negotiations and the US considers whether to get involved. So, again, Iran said today it would not discuss the future of its nuclear program while under attack by Israel. I have a feeling that Israel might not agree to stop striking Iran so that they can talk. Dirty's War thinks Iran is stalling. Bobby says it's too late. They've tried to talk. They want to delay and delay and delay. Let's talk about that for a second. Hey, by the way, thanks to Anna P., who says, my grandparents can't leave Tehran. Their car is broken down, no mechanics, no gas at the pumps. They said 6 million people left the city. It's a ghost town. So I believe the population of Tehran is 10 million, and I just saw a report that 5 million have left. I'm trying to get the original report, though. So I can confirm it. Metro Tehran is bigger. The city, I think, is 10 million. Where is the report from N12? Yes. Iranian police official, about 5 million people left Tehran following attacks. I just saw that from N12 News. And Faytuk's network saw it too. That is just, they posted it. It's just from N12 News. So, again, the population of the city, I don't know if they mean city or metro. The city is 10 million, the metro is 15 million. So either way, that's a huge number of people. It's enormous. I mean, if that's true, it's an enormous number of people. It's crazy. Now, there's been a lot of Israeli attacks going on there, so you could understand why people might want to leave. Also, President Trump did tell people 4 days ago, or whatever it was, that everyone in Iran should evacuate immediately. Where did they go? I mean, elsewhere in the country. I don't think they're all leaving. I don't think most of them are leaving the country. So I assume just elsewhere in the country. I mean, look, this happened. Something similar happened when Israel attacked southern Lebanon. There was a huge exodus of people out of southern Lebanon. Also, I mean, North Gaza ended up, if I'm correct, North Gaza initially ended up getting pretty emptied out as well in Gaza when Israel was attacking there. Now, Matt said, BBC said lots are going to Armenia. I'd have to look that up. I can't imagine millions of people are leaving the country, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, Reuters had an article 3 days ago saying hundreds flee into Azerbaijan and Armenia from Iran. BBC had an article today that said, it talks about some people crossing the border into Armenia, but I mean, I have a hard time thinking we're talking about levels anything close to millions going to Armenia. I mean, the population of Armenia is 3 million people. Cameron says some are going to Afghanistan. My guess would be that most of them are just going elsewhere in the country. But it sounds like some of them are going to other countries too. Hey, quick thanks, by the way, to XP, to Cameron S. Thank you. XP thinks 5 million people have not left. It's a huge number. I don't know. But again, I wouldn't... So again, that's coming, N12 News says that's according to Iranian police. So again, I know it's a huge number. But if it's Metro Tehran, it'd be about a third of the people in Metro Tehran. So, you know, if people feel that their safety is at risk, and there is lots of bombing going on there, I certainly buy that a bunch of people would have left over the course of days. David Joe Klotz says it's not that easy to leave Iran. There are restrictions. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised about that. Hold on a second here. Thank you, Kristen and Imran Abid and Frankie. Frankie, I haven't heard that. I'll have to look into it. Thank you, Frankie. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu. Thank you, Dorothy People, QK Scope, JFK, Anna P, Chris Quebec, Canada, Chris Canada, Quebec City. Thank you. Susanna Branch, thank you. Katz Hodge Podgery, Urensohn, 1986 from Germany, Newborn One, Marty 2003, Sue Oswald, Bubblegum Hills Pop Art Video Gallery, Wes Downer, Lyd Rose. Thanks for shouting out the mods. Tennessee Tornado, Stephen Longstaff, Debbie James, Slades of Slay, who says, wonder if when the U.S. are going to launch into it, my gut instinct tells me they will. Thank you, PC6969, for the gift memberships. Thank you. Eris Kalar as well. And Erin. Lavender Hayes, Richard Hendricks, thank you. We have in 8 minutes until the State Department press briefing. 8 minutes. Thanks also Jazzy Renee and Drew Peacock and Ascertainment over there on Twitch. I'm seeing that Mahmoud Khalil, is that true? By the way, I don't really want to take a long time on this, but a little breaking news update. Multiple reports, including from Eric Ubelacker of Courthouse News, says that a federal judge has ruled that Mahmoud Khalil will be released on bail. He is a former Columbia University grad student who had been detained by immigration authorities in the U.S., and it had been a controversial detention. So I guess he's being released on bail. That's what I'm seeing, which sounds like his proceeding will still go forward. But I just saw that. So I'm just letting you know. Jennifer Griffin reports of Fox News, the U.S. Navy now has 5 guided missile destroyers in the eastern Mediterranean, which is close to Israel, according to U.S. defense officials. This is a significant increase. Earlier this week, the U.S. had just 1 guided missile destroyer in the eastern Mediterranean. Now it has 5. That is according to Jennifer Griffin of Fox News. The eastern Mediterranean hold on one second here. Let me show you what we're talking about here. Oops. We are talking about here. Eastern Mediterranean is where my pointer is, which is near Israel, Syria, Iraq, Jordan, Iran here. So Eastern Mediterranean. 5 U.S. guided missile destroyers there now, according to Jennifer Griffin of Fox News. A quick thank you also to Thomas Pedersen of Sweden. I really appreciate your support, Thomas Pedersen. All right, hang on a moment. I want to get the start of the State Department briefing is coming up. Hold on, I want to get it on the screen for you guys. State Department briefing alert. Let me put it on the screen here. One moment, please. One moment, please. Look, there it is. I get a little live. I see that it went, no. We'll fix it. We'll fix the picture. We'll fix the feed. Don't worry. I can fix it. Oh, look. We can see the briefing. We can see it. It's about to start. I'm going to put the volume on the briefing. I was mentioning before Reuters reports that Iran said today it would not discuss the future of its nuclear program while under attack by Israel. Iran today fired missiles at Beersheba in southern Israel. That we were on the air for that early this morning. And at Haifa in the north. There was, I believe, one missile hit Beersheba, which we saw, and I'll show you something about that after the briefing. And also a missile hit Haifa, which reportedly was once again a cluster munition. Yesterday, reportedly yesterday and today, Iran has fired some cluster munitions, which is a missile where the warhead opens up and there are smaller explosives inside and they spread out over a wide area. So we'll be talking about that. Oh, I think there's a quote from the Iranian minister. Hold on a second here. Michael Horowitz has another quote from the Iranian minister saying he's ready to consider diplomacy once again. And that serious and respectful discussions took place today. I got to try to get that feed of him. Do I have a feed of him? I'll look for it. Oh, is he speaking now? No. Yes? It's a little confusing here. I will do my best to get you video of the Iranian foreign minister. I'm seeing a video of him, but it's paused. I don't know what that's about. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I should be getting that footage. Hey, thanks to Christian Salvador. Thanks, Christian. I really appreciate that. Thanks for your support of the channel. Also, Sydney, our member. Sydney from Mexico. What would a permanent solution look like? I assume it would have to be a non-military solution. In theory, I think that's what you're asking about. Maybe something where Iran agrees to curbs on its nuclear program, but it gets something in return, like some sanctions relief or something. Now, I'm just... different sides got to get something. But I don't know that there is an agreement that all sides can agree to, that both sides can agree to. Corey H. says inspectors for years. And Iran wants to be able to use nuclear they say they want to be able to use nuclear technology for civilian purposes. So they still want to be able to enrich uranium. But I don't believe that the U.S. and Israel want that. I don't even know how much sanctions relief would play into it now, but that's one thing Iran could want. But they also, I think, want to be able to use be able to enrich some uranium and use it for civilian purposes. Thank you to Matt for your support. Mark Young. Oh, I see that. Hold on. I think I have the statement from the Iranian foreign minister. Hold on. I think I have a tape of the statement of the Iranian foreign minister that I can put on the screen for you. Hang on. Where is this? There's other issues they would negotiate too about, like how international observers who get to go to Iran and look at what they're doing, how often do they get to go, what do they get to see, all of that stuff. Observers who get to go to Iran. Oh, oops. I'm trying to let you see what the Iranian foreign minister said moments ago. Why is it that? There was just a statement from the Iranian foreign minister. I'm going to get this for you. I know I keep saying this. I'm trying to put it on the screen right now. Hang on. Hang on now. I'm going to throw it on the screen for you. If I can get it up there. Here it is. I think. That was it. Let's see if they replay it. If not, if they don't replay it for you, I will download it. But I think it might come up right here. They just fed it. It was a statement from the Iranian foreign minister. Are they playing it again or not? Ooh, they're going to show some stuff in the State Department briefing. Look. I don't know if they are. Show their website. I'm not seeing at the moment. Hang on a second here. Hey, thanks to Jesse's girl, Levi Bennett. Thank you so much. John Oliver, XP, read the freaking comics. Anna P. She says some Iranians have been going to Shomal. Is that Shomal, Iran? Or Armenia? Shomal, Iran. She says some Iranians have been going to Shomal, a vacation spot by the Caspian Sea. Thanks, Anna P. We're waiting for the State Department briefing to start. Okay. All right. So I'm about to. I'm going to download the Iranian foreign minister's comment so I can play it for you. AFP says the Iranian foreign minister says ready to consider diplomacy once aggression is stopped. That seems like an issue. I don't think Israel's going to say we're going to stop attacking so we can have talks. But I'll show you what the comments are in a second. There was a 5.1 earthquake in northern Iran, according to ESMC. Now, remember, Iran has a lot of earthquakes. Iran has a lot of earthquakes. It's very seismically active. But EMSC says there was a 5.1 in northern Iran. Wikipedia says Iran is one of the most seismically active countries in the world, being crossed by several major faults that cover at least 90% of the country. As a result, earthquakes in Iran occur often and are destructive. That is from Wikipedia. Oh, hold on. Tel Aviv camera having an issue? Let's see. Yes, I'm sorry. Reuters switched they reposted the Tel Aviv cam. Sorry. That's live now. Yeah, there was an issue about 5 minutes ago. Reuters reposted the Tel Aviv camera feed, and I didn't know they were reposting it. So I just saw that. So that's live now. Thanks for letting me know. I mean, it looks basically the same, but that is the live feed. I'm getting the Iranian foreign minister's comments for you. Well, that's not what I wanted. You don't need that one. Here it is. All right, while we're waiting, let's listen to the Iranian foreign minister. While we're waiting, I'm going to play you the Iranian foreign minister speaking a short time ago. It's going to work? Is this going to work? All right, this is a short time ago. He just spoke a few minutes ago. So let's hear what he has to say. Iranian foreign minister. Let me kill the volume on this. Let's see what he had to say. I think it's I don't even know that it's in English.
Atrocities against the regime.
Hold on.
That Iran will continue.
Here it is.
And stress that Iran will continue exercising its legitimate right of self-defense against the regime and will continue to do so as long as the atrocities continue.
Sorry, could you possibly move out of the way to
The regime will stop the aggression and ensuring its non-reoccurrence. Iran's nuclear program is peaceful and has always been under the IAEA safeguards and monitoring. Hence, armed attacks against safeguarded nuclear facilities by a regime which is not a party to any WMD treaties is a serious crime and violation of international law. In this content, I express grave concern on non-condemnation of these heinous attacks by E3 and EU. Iran is ready to consider diplomacy once again, and once aggression is stopped and the aggressor is held accountable for the crimes committed. In this regard, I made it crystal clear that Iran's defense capabilities are not negotiable. We support continuation of discussion with E3 and EU and express our readiness to meet again in the near future.
So you don't talk to the US, you don't talk to the US?
So he said something like they're ready to talk when the aggression stops, and I think when Israel is held accountable. I'm going to play that little piece again. That seemed like the biggest thing.
Iran is ready to consider diplomacy once again, and once aggression is stopped and the aggressor is held accountable for the crimes committed. In this regard, I made it crystal clear that
He said Iran is ready to consider diplomacy once again once aggression is stopped and the aggressor is held accountable. So, I mean, I'm not going to hold him to that, but it kind of sounds like he said we're not going to talk. But then he also said they want to talk to the Europe again. So I think that's why the person was asking, does this mean you don't want to talk to the U.S.?
Iran's defense capabilities are not negotiable. We support continuation of discussion with E3 and EU and express our readiness to meet again in the near future.
So you don't talk to the US, you don't talk to the US?
That is not cool. That is not cool. You're under.
Yeah, it's tough for the journalists because they want to get that. It's weird. It's like some of them have microphones, but some of them don't. And so it's hard to hear.
I express Iran.
Anyways, so that was to me the not cool. To me that was the key thing that that they said they're ready to do diplomacy, but once the aggression is stopped and the aggressor is held accountable. Excuse me. We're waiting for the State Department press briefing anytime now. State Department press briefing. Guys, for everybody, let me repeat what I said 5 minutes ago. For everybody urgently posting about an Iran earthquake, let me read you what I said 5 minutes ago from Wikipedia. Iran is one of the most seismically active countries in the world, being crossed by several major faults that cover at least 90% of the country. As a result, earthquakes in Iran occur often and are destructive. This briefing was supposed to start at 2. It's now 2:17. According to USGS, the 5.1 earthquake was over here. It is not close to the Fordo nuclear plant. The Fordo nuclear plant is close to Gom. That is not where this earthquake was. The earthquake is over here. If I hear anyone who has expertise in this field say they think there's something suspicious about that earthquake, I will certainly let you know. But for now, I'm going to assume it is like the many, many earthquakes that happen in Iran regularly, because it is one of the most seismically active countries in the world. Also, I have yet to receive a single message today from anyone, from one of the many, many, many people who posted in our chat endlessly for hours last night, insisting that that Israel had hit the bunker of the supreme leader of Iran, insisting over and over again in our chat. And I have not heard a single, I'm disappointed. I haven't gotten a single message saying, Steve, I'm sorry, I kept spamming your chat with messages insisting that this happened with lots of capital letters and exclamation point, and yet nothing has been reported about it. So I'm going to assume that going forward, you're not going to trust those sources as much, right? Right? You're not going to let that happen again to yourself, right? We're still waiting for this to start. Again, the State Department press briefing was supposed to start at 2, but it has not started yet, as you can see. By the way, Iran is still, the internet is still blacked out in Iran. The government has cut off the internet. AP says Iranians have spent nearly half of the conflict in a near communication blackout, unable to connect not only with the outside world, but also with their neighbors and loved ones across the country. When missiles land, disconnected phone and web services mean not knowing for hours or days if their family or friends are among the victims. Also, AP says civilians in Iran are left unaware of where Israel will strike next, despite Israeli forces issuing warnings through their Persian language online channels. The only access to information Iranians do have is limited to websites in the Islamic Republic, says AP. Meanwhile, Iran's state-run television and radio stations offer irregular updates on what's happening inside the country, instead focusing their time on the damage wrought by their strikes on Israel. The lack of information going in or out of Iran is stunning, says AP, considering that the advancement of technology in recent decades has only brought far-flung conflicts in Ukraine, the Gaza Strip, and elsewhere directly to a person's phone anywhere in the world. Mehdi-Nejad, a key figure in promoting internet freedom in Iran, said Iran is seeking to purport an image of strength, one that depicts only the narrative that Israel is being destroyed by sophisticated Iranian weapons that include ballistic missiles with multiple warheads. He says, I think they're most likely they're afraid of the internet getting used to cause mass unrest in the next phase of whatever is happening. Some of our viewers were saying that last night. They were saying they think the regime has shut off internet in part to prevent people from plotting opposition or protest. Stop the Hate Child said they did this for the protests in 2019. I'd have to look that up. So I'm just checking for updates here. And the State Department briefing should start at any time. It's a little late. What is the briefing about? Well, it'll be questions from the media, but I'm sure a lot of them will be about Iran and Israel. So I'm waiting till that happens because it should happen very soon. The Wall Street Journal says the U.S. is racing to reinforce Israel's defenses, sending more warships capable of shooting down ballistic missiles. It says there are 6 destroyers operating close enough to Israel to intercept missiles fired by Iran. Also, it says the U.S. has replenished stocks of ground-based THAAD interceptors for Israel. The Wall Street Journal says Israel risks exhausting its supply of high-end Arrow 3 interceptors in the coming weeks if Iran keeps launching missiles. The Arrow 3 is designed to take down missiles above the atmosphere of Earth, by the way. The Wall Street Journal points out that yesterday in an interview, Prime Minister Netanyahu declined to answer whether Israel was running out of Arrow 3 interceptors. Thank you, Happening Hapner. I appreciate that, Happening Hapner, and son of Happening Hapner. Also, Zen 21 Tau, Heavenly Intervention, Susie J. We talked about that a bit last night, Susie J. We'll talk about it probably some more later. Casey Hook, Ray Becker, Culpepper 1776, Nebby 58, thank you, Blake Skidmore, Joanna Crompton, Chupacabra. Chupacabra says, IMOD on global quake. Bombs don't register as quakes. They can be picked up, but require a P and S wave to show up as a quake. Bombs only have P waves. That's what Chupacabra says. Is that true that they never show up? Couldn't a bomb or a nuclear test possibly show up as an earthquake, or no? USGS says explosions and earthquakes both release a large amount of energy very quickly, and both can be recorded by seismic instruments. However, because the forces involved in each are very different, the waveforms that each creates look different. The differences in the depth and extent of the energy source between nuclear tests, for example, and earthquakes produce differences in the waveforms that are recorded on a seismogram. So, I don't know how fast it would be to detect, say, a nuclear test and know that that's what happened. I have no idea. Thank you, Chupacabra. I appreciate that. John Lyman thinks there have been times in the past where earthquakes registered when North Korea performed underground nuclear tests. See, I thought that I remember years ago that happening. I mean, one thing I'll say is like, there are some earthquake sites that report based on people's detections of things. So if there was like a nuclear test and people felt the ground shaking and they reported it to an earthquake site, I could see a world in which the earthquake site reports an earthquake. And then maybe when they investigate it more, they're like, oh, this was a nuclear test. My point is, I don't know if there could possibly be a period of time where the public doesn't know what caused the earthquake, and then they find out because it takes a little while to figure out. Any moment now for the State Department briefing. Thank you also to Frago and Calendar Page, and I appreciate that. Mert Marie, Random Chaos 85, Ray Becker, Chupacabra again, thank you. Happening Harper, Jam, Peach Roses, Alex, Shauna Brennan, Sherry 94, Kristen Lund, Captain Jerry Donnelly, Crazy Yoda, Brian Tannen, Vince Hancock, Ham, Bill Barry, thank you, Death Dealer 40 Cal, Josie Florida Seville, Christian Salvador, John Oliver. John claims that the largest nuclear test ever registered as a 5.2 on the Richter scale. Anything Iran could test would never come close to that. That's what John claims. I cannot verify that. Nina Drew, Greg Swindle, thank you. Greg says P and S waves show up all the time from nukes. New detection of guy here? There might be a typo in there. Greg says that there are a bunch of 5.0. Greg claims there are around 50 5.0 earthquakes in Iran per year. This is nothing. Thank you, Thomas Uhlendorf from Germany, and Shadows, and Patriot Sicilian, and Susie J. Yeah, I mean, I follow a bunch of people who know a lot about nuclear weapons, and if there's some kind of seismic activity, and they'll post about it pretty quick if they think it's suspicious. I haven't seen anyone say that they think there's anything suspicious about this latest earthquake in Iran, who I think would be in a business to know. I wonder if it's weird. This briefing was supposed to start at 2. It's now 37 minutes late. Sugar Carlson says, hopefully last minute peace deal. Iranian state media says air defenses were activated in Mashhad a few minutes ago. That's from Mehr News Agency. Air defenses were activated in Mashhad, Iran. Mashhad is in eastern Iran. I'll show you. Mashhad is over here. Israel is over here. Iran is here. Mashhad is up here. That's what they said. Shout out to our moderators, Sabrina and Ruth Krafasi. Beth Mythical, thank you so much. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, Tariag, thank you. Thanks to our Facebook moderators. Thanks to Jennifer Ellers for subscribing over on Facebook. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you. Shout out to Sweetums on Twitch for the bits. Thanks, Sweetums. Speedbird 4. Jay Stubbles. Rocksterity for the gift subs. Thanks, Rocksterity. G-Star. Ascertainment. True Peacock. Also thanks to Albert Freites. Albert Freites says maybe this is delayed for the results of an operation. Thank you, Freedom Can. Thomas Uhlendorf. Anthony Spardello. SJCME, thanks for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you. And also Spicy Tuna Roll. Who thinks this was a natural earthquake that just happened a short while ago in Iran. I've heard nothing to suggest seriously that it wasn't. Thanks, 610 MRA. And John Oliver. I appreciate it. Let's see here. We're still waiting for this to start. It was supposed to start at 2. It is now 2:42. It is 2:42. The IDF today said that half of Iran's missile launchers have been destroyed. That's according to the IDF today. Just checking for updates here. Waiting for the press briefing to start. Hey, Galaxy Drive-In. Wow, that's really generous of you. Galaxy Drive-In, thank you so much for supporting the channel. So nice of you. Thanks also to Trade Talk Farsi. I really appreciate it. Trade Talk Farsi, thank you. Trade Talk Farsi's comment was, if a war is fought to achieve peace, but the means of war inherently create suffering and destruction, can the resulting peace ever be morally pure, or is it forever tainted by the violence that birthed it? Oh, hold on a second. Here we go. Here's the press briefing.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your patience. We're waiting for President Trump, as you likely know, that he was leaving the White House and taking the helicopter flight. We wanted to make sure we did not conflict with, well, I think the most important man in the world. Yes, so we're good, and we know that you also like to report on those things as well. And again, thank you for being here today. We do have a few announcements here, and then we'll begin with your questions. Thank you for being here. Nice orange. Nicely done. All right, the U.S. Department of State has no higher priority than the safety and security of Americans. As we continue to assess and address the needs of U.S. citizens during this important time, I want to reiterate a few important instructions for everyone watching at home and around the world. We urge all American travelers to sign up for the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, known as STEP, to receive the latest updates from the State Department. We also urge U.S. citizens to regularly monitor the department's website at travel.state.gov to receive the latest updates and to find emergency contact information. Americans overseas in need of assistance should contact their nearest U.S. embassy or consulate, or call, if you're overseas, +1 202 501 4444. That is +1 202 501 4444. Another important update, the State Department has added a crisis intake form, which can be found by clicking the banner on the top of travel.state.gov, which, once again, the magic of technology, there it is. The new aspect is that red banner at the top. Click on Israel and Iran departure info for U.S. citizens and follow the instructions for more information. U.S. citizens in Israel and the West Bank who would like to receive information on departure assistance should fill out the form that this website will take you to. This crisis intake form will also allow U.S. citizens in Iran to register their information. We do not anticipate offering direct U.S. government-assisted departure from Iran. Americans seeking departure should take advantage of existing means to leave. The Department of State has provided information and support to over 25,000 people seeking guidance regarding the situation in Israel, the West Bank, and Iran. And on Iran, I want to reiterate the statement from President Trump, delivered by my colleague Caroline yesterday. Quote, based on the fact that there is a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place in the near future, I will make my decision of whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. And now, with so much happening, there has been some news this week you may not have seen. After 3 days of talks, technical teams from the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda initialed the text of a peace agreement on Wednesday. Next Friday, June 27th, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will witness the ministerial signing of that peace agreement right here at the Department of State, led by the foreign ministers of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is a milestone achievement and a significant step toward peace in that region, and we remind our friends and partners that with implementation of the agreement, the economic investment and development we all want to see will finally be possible. We look forward to more on this next Friday. Also, I would like to join the many Americans in New Jersey welcoming home Idan Alexander. Held hostage by Hamas, His release is a reminder of our commitment to Americans wherever they may be in the world. The scenes of people lining the streets were truly heartwarming, and America is stronger with one of our sons finally home. And lastly, we are having this briefing on Friday because we were not here yesterday because it was the holiday Juneteenth. On June 19th, for everyone wondering and not perhaps having all the details, on June 19th, 1865, Union Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas to announce General Order No. 3, declaring that all enslaved people in Texas were free. More than 2 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation had officially ended slavery in Confederate States, I should say. This day, now known as Juneteenth, has become a profound commemoration of freedom and resilience. So I hope you enjoyed yesterday, and we are here today, and I'm ready for your question, shall we? Yes, Daphne.
Thank you so much. So on the 25,000 that you said the State Department has provided information to, is that U.S. citizens who are seeking information on leaving Israel, the West Bank, and Iran?
It's information in general. So it would be a combination, I'm sure, but it's a general information, conditions, perhaps departures as well, but general information.
Okay, and do you have any numbers on the number of U.S. citizens that are seeking information on departing Israel or Iran?
Those are not numbers that I will share at this time. Just as a reminder as well, while today is a bit different than the feeling of Tuesday, we are still in a dynamic where there are still hostilities, where there are still people in bunkers, where there is still a danger. Clearly, we've heard the statement from President Trump about his posture at this point. So we're still going to be careful for national security reasons, obviously, when it comes to what we can answer. So that's a number that I won't be able to give you today.
Okay.
All right. All right. And we will not, we'll do one more, but then we will continue on here. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just on Ambassador Huckabee's tweet, he said that the U.S. is working to get military, commercial, charter flights, and cruise ships for evacuation. Have any of those organized by the State Department evacuated American citizens yet? And if not, when is that expected?
Again, I won't give details from this podium, but we know that at each embassy, they are posting actions that they're taking. We know that the Israeli embassy is doing that. So you could go to either travel.state.gov and get to the Israeli embassy, or go there directly, and you will see their statements. And I would urge you to do that directly when it comes to what the Israeli embassy is doing and what they've accomplished. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis chartered flights apparently for Americans in Israel seeking to leave and successfully got, I believe it's 1,500 out. I was wondering if those charter flights were coordinated with the State Department in any way, or was this done on some tangent?
Well, I think that there's, and we know that there, of course, are some independent efforts to get American citizens out of those areas, and when we suggest that people take advantage of existing means, we would include, of course, the nature of other opportunities to leave, independent efforts, independent groups managing those dynamics. As far as the DeSantis effort, I would suggest you call the state of Florida, call his office, and I'm sure that they'll get you more information. All right, Nadia.
Thank you, Tammy. Since the president said there is substantial opportunity for negotiation and has given it 2 weeks, why not send in a U.S. representative to join the Europeans with the Iranians in Geneva today? And second, Mr. Grossi is worried that if Bushahar reacted...
Let me answer your first one first, if I may, and then we'll follow up with your second. First of all, Geneva is a discussion involving the Europeans. Of course, we're working on many different fronts and have from the beginning here in leading the nature of finding a solution to this problem. And we certainly continue to. The president's made it very clear, as he has, again, not just about this issue, but every other war and conflict that he's trying to stop. And also with his statement that he would allow to make a decision within the 2 weeks because of the potential. So those efforts continue on. How we're pursuing those efforts are up to the president, and he's making those decisions and anticipates that it might be worth waiting those 2 weeks. But other than, I can't characterize the why or the how. But I think it's important. One thing I think of the many that Americans have learned about President Trump is to believe what he says, to know that he'll deliver, and to not second guess the nature of the choices he's making.
Great. And second, Mr. Grossi is worried about reaction coming from Bushehr if it was attacked. So are you worried that as a result of these attacks on any of the reactors that actually we might have a nuclear radiation?
Well, certainly. I'm not going to speculate on the impact of the nature of what is transpiring in any country in this regard. I know that Israel has issued statements afterwards in dealing with any concerns regarding the actions that they're taking, and I would refer you to the Israeli government in that regard. But I'm not going to speculate on a hypothetical dynamic at this point. All right, yes?
With regard to the talks taking place today, well, concluded today in Geneva, does the Trump administration believe that they were productive in paving the way for diplomacy?
Well, I don't want to characterize what the Secretary of State may think of what has happened. I know that the government as a whole, that we're hopeful for every new opportunity, every new effort to have this come to a conclusion that is diplomatic. That is something clearly we've seen in the president's posture. So while I won't be able to characterize it about what their opinions are at this point, I think at some point we may find that out. But I do know that we do hope that every effort is successful.
Two more quick questions. Is the Secretary planning to get on the phone with any of those foreign counterparts that were in the meeting later today?
Well, I know that, of course, he's headed to The Hague next week. And so I know conversations, no doubt, will happen there about a whole number of issues. All right.
And then,
yes, sir. We'll move on here. We'll move on here. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
To the Secretary's Hague trip. When he was in Brussels in early April, he told us that it would take a few days or weeks, not months, certainly, for him to assess whether or not Putin was serious about ending the war. Today, we have all seen Putin's statements. So he himself made it clear that he has no intention to end the war and the killing. He even discussed, more territories to seize. I'm wondering, have you guys landed anywhere in terms of your conclusion about Putin's intention?
Well, we know that since that point, I don't think he said days at that point, but he said a matter of weeks. And in that process, we saw our posture adjust in that framework. At the same time, as I've mentioned before, during negotiations, things sometimes progress, things change. That's the whole point of negotiations and conversations, is that you signal that how long it is generally that you're willing to wait, but that you would know if someone is serious. And then again, it's not a static environment as you're moving forward through that time. At the same time, we've heard since then some very blunt comments by President Trump about President Putin. We also know that the parties themselves have met directly. And I think that that's also where we've landed at this point in comments from both the President and Secretary of State, that the only way this is going to end is for the two parties to meet and come to a conclusion and a decision and some kind of an agreement. That is where it is. And of course, we are always present. We remain concerned and issued comments a couple of days ago about the nature of what's happening in Ukraine and the death of an American. So we are there. We have been, of course, Ukraine's biggest supporter, and we continue to hope for and work with and observe the nature of how the conversations are going at this point between the two parties. And that, like every other negotiation, can change one way or another. But that's our posture at this point. Of course, America is still involved, and we're clearly making our presence, our caring about the situation known, and that's where we're at this point.
Point taken, Tom. But in light of today's comments, as I mentioned, Putin's comments, and also his press secretary said that now we have a strategic advantage, quote, why should we lose it? We're going to move forward. So in light of those comments, why not calling them out for not being serious about the peace process?
Well, again, we're not in just a world where when we see something online that we are going to choose how we're going to respond as an individual. There are many different fronts always in every situation that we remain involved in. So it's not as simple as a single response to a single quote that came from a statement or something online. this is about dealing with certain situations in a complex manner. Only the president can make the decision about how to proceed. Only he knows all the elements about what's important and how we're going to make a difference. And that's where we have it. It is, as I term it, as I did a couple days ago, there is one guiding hand to the choices that we make, and that would include with Russia, Ukraine, and every conflict he's trying to stop. All right. Yes. No, we are gonna move on here. Thank you, sir.
All right, to go back to Iran just for two quick questions. Of course. One, just for clarification, have any Americans been killed or injured in Iranian strikes so far?
You know, I don't think so. Is that? Do we have numbers, or is that something that we've been able to? Let's take that back and see where things stand at this point. I do know that the reports that I've seen are that there have been no American injuries or injuries of staff at embassies and consulates. But let's take that back. And again, I would caution, obviously, this is a shocking continuation of a war that affects many countries, and we'll get back to you with with the latest that we have.
I suppose the flip side, thank you, we would appreciate an update. The flip
of course.
side would be if
and again, just a reminder for people watching, when we say we're going to take it back, it means we get the answer and get it directly to the reporter, and then have it, and obviously in this case, as a fluid situation, we'll continue to watch it.
Thank you. And insofar as you're looking into it, if there are American citizens in Iran, which we haven't gotten an estimate of how many Americans might be in Iran,
sure.
If there are injuries or deaths there, we would also be interested.
Well, yes, again, the messaging is for also Americans who are in Iran, and again, urging them to go to travel.state.gov, and we're certainly aware of them. Our task force is working on all of this for every American who is in that region, which provides a different dynamic for some, whether it is, of course, Israel, Iraq or Iran, et cetera. Wherever they may be in the Middle East, we're there for them.
Thank you. The other question is on diplomacy. So we understand the Special Envoy, Steve Woodcock, is in some sort of contact with the Iranians. How would you encourage us to think about that contact? Is that a prelude to negotiations? What's the nature of that of his engagement with the Iranians?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it at all, except there are things that we know, which is that there had been negotiations, that we had gotten Iran to the table. We'd been having those conversations, led by Special Envoy Steve Woodcock. And we know that the president, from his statement, which is, I think, worth noting again, because it's very specific in its nature, and also, I must say, when I saw it, very Trump-like in his statement, as a man who is serious about everything he addresses, but in this particular kind of way, when it's existential, life and death, that he genuinely, it's not posturing. He wants to have it be solved diplomatically. He knows it can be. He knows, based on what he's accomplished already in the past, and the nature of human beings, which in business you learn a lot about as well, but certainly in his governmental experience and as a leader. Again, he said, directly from the president, quote, based on the fact that there is a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
On that front, do you have an understanding of why there's now a 2-week window for diplomacy? Because at the same time, the White House said yesterday they understand it might be a couple of weeks before the Iranians achieve a nuclear weapon.
No, but he has his reasons, and he's the one who knows, and that is the specificity of his statement. And I'll leave it at that. All right? Thank you. Yes, sir, at the end here.
So on Ukraine, you said that...
Can you tell me your name and your outlet?
Oskar Górzyński, Polish Press Agency.
Go ahead.
So, you said that you're not going to react to a single quote from Russian officials, but over the past few weeks, Russia has made it pretty clear that they're not interested in real negotiations. They killed a U.S. citizen. Mm-hmm. They struck the Boeing office in Kiev, and the president has repeatedly threatened sanctions on Russia if that happens. So, why no action yet? I mean, how does that show peace through strength?
Well, this is one of the reasons why we don't have negotiations in the press, debates between people reading things on the news, quotes in newspapers or made in a moment or on a website, that there are much more complex things that are happening. Other conversations, the culmination of multiple other negotiations with Iran is an example in one case, summits and negotiations with Russia and Ukraine, the parties themselves meeting. We've always said that we will not take, essentially for Russia, we're not going to listen to what they say, we're going to watch what they do. That remains true. But what you would do in this moment is not at issue. What matters are the people who've been involved for months now, dealing with the parties directly, the leaders of countries in the world, but the most powerful leader in the world right now, Donald Trump, who would likely know a little bit more about the nature of the situation than you or I. And I think you might have to agree that he may know more. So I think it's important to not second guess the president, and to not speculate, and to not presume that what he's doing is not in the process of peace, but in fact specifically in that track. And I'm wondering for Matt Lee, who's been studious with his phone, if you do have something you'd like to ask or add.
I actually do.
I'm surprised.
My question is about
Matt Lee of the Associated Press, for those of you who don't know him. The two people in the world. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Of the 25,000, you said that you couldn't break it down.
That's correct.
How many were Israel, how many were West Bank, and how many were Iran.
That's right.
But is it correct that the only evacuation flight that has happened so far was the one for embassy staff and family members on Wednesday?
I will not characterize that or agree with you or not. I won't give you an answer to that. Sorry. It's one of those things we can't hear. In the days prior to this conflict, I might go back and forth with you, but I can't answer that.
Okay. Well, because there was a comment from the embassy spokesperson about how so are you aware of when these people call? I assume they're calling the number that.
Yes, they are. I've called that number. I don't know if many of you have. You called that number? You can call that number, and you'll get someone from.
You don't go on to permanent hold.
No, they're busier now. After the briefing Tuesday, they're busier. So, but be persistent and do the form online. That's always a good idea.
So the 25,000 people who have reached out,
yes,
have reached out via that platform, either online or calling.
Correct.
And they, do you know how many of those 25,000 have then taken the information that they've been given or the guidance that they've been given, and then left?
There's data that I won't be sharing, and even in general, it's not data that I can share with you. The fact that we got the number from the team, I felt really excited about. Now you're making me feel like it's not so good. No, it is. It's a great number, but I will not break it down.
Okay.
I will not go into descriptions that highlight a situation or an environment within this region of conflict. I don't think it's wise.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, yes, sir. Back.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. Regional sources reported that Iran is using human shields to protect its military bases and forces. Same thing Hamas did in Gaza. This tactic has reportedly been employed in several areas, including Kermanshah city in Iranian Kurdistan. Do you have any information on this, and would you please be willing to comment?
What I can say, it's going to be brief, you won't necessarily like it, but I can say that we are aware of those reports, that the Iranian regime is using human shields to protect its military bases and forces, and I have nothing further for you at this time, but we are aware. Yes, sir.
Next.
Well, you have one more?
Yes, one more.
All right, and then we'll come directly to you. Yes, sir.
Danny Danon, Israel's representative to the United Nations, claimed that Iran has attempted to assassinate President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. He said today at the United Nations. Do you want to comment on it?
No, I would suggest you contact the ambassador, but I have no comment on that. Yes, sir. All right, now, yes.
Thank you, Tammy. Two questions, one on Iran and the other one on Iraq. I'm sure you may have heard from the Iranian foreign minister, which he said that we are not coming back to the table unless the Israeli stops strikes on Iran. And they are not going to negotiate with the U.S. until the U.S. will stop Israeli to attack Iranian. Are you willing to broker a ceasefire if that helps you to make a deal with Iranian?
Obviously, I can't speculate on that. I'm not going to characterize what's happening now or the reaction by the President or the Secretary of State to what those negotiations might be. So you know that's a standard basis here, is we're not going to do that. But as you do know, of course, from the President's remarks, is that he still holds out the hope for negotiations. And there's also been a reinforcement that Iran and its proxy should not target U.S. interests or personnel, and if they do, the consequences will be dire. So we can reinforce that. And of course, the ultimate red line, which has been repeated constantly, because it's what the President sees as being the most important aspect, is that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That is not a negotiable dynamic.
And,
all right, yes, sir.
Another question on Iraq.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Sorry.
No, we'll keep going here.
I have a non-Middle East question.
Yes.
We're getting reports that Japan has canceled the annual security talks known as 2+2 with Secretary Rubio and Defense Secretary Hegseth because of U.S. demands for them to increase their defense spending. Do you have any comment on this? And has Tokyo communicated with
No, I have
Washington?
no comment on that at this point. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Tammy. Two questions, one on China and about the Iran and Israel war. It was reported that the Chinese cargo plane was headed to Iran. Has there been any detection of Chinese actions or cooperation to support Iran? Thank you.
Let's take that back, shall we? Get back to her with an answer on that. What is your next one, please?
One more question, please. Iran's nuclear weapons are threatening the entire world. If the United States intervenes in a war between Israel and Iran, do you think it will need support or cooperation from its allies?
Well, we've made very clear, I think there's, if anything is obvious to the world, it's that President Trump has demands regarding that situation. His concern is the fact that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We know, of course, since October 7th, Israel remains in the posture of defending itself and the existential threat that is posed in that region by Iran. Our efforts clearly reflect the President's commitment to diplomacy first, to diplomacy being the thing that he believes will and can succeed, but he's also a pragmatic man. And this is why it's probably the most transparent leader globally right now, is making it clear publicly about his positions and when he would be willing to be making decisions about that. But we are always working with our allies and our partners. It's clear, and that will be also evident when the President and Secretary of State go to The Hague for the NATO meeting next week. All right, now go ahead in the back. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Jamie, on Bangladesh. Given UN Human Rights Commission Chief Volker Turk concern over the banning of political parties in Bangladesh, also Human Rights Watch has accused the UNIS-led interim government for arbitrarily targeting Awami League supporters. Does the U.S. consider this violation of democratic principle and condemn these actions?
Obviously, when it comes to let's say, a White House reaction to what is occurring in another country, I would suggest you contact the White House. But for when it comes to Secretary of State and the State Department, let's take that back, and we'll get an answer for you in that regard. But what I can tell you about Bangladesh is that Deputy Secretary Landau met with Bangladesh National Security Advisor Rahman yesterday, I should say Wednesday, and discussed the interim government's efforts ahead of the national elections. They discussed the U.S.-Bangladesh relationship, including expanding trade and commercial ties. The United States is committed to working with Bangladesh to promote peace and stability in the region.
And I have a second short question on
All right.
same. What is the State Department response to the alleged fabricated charges against Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, the rise of mob killing and violence, and the imprisonment of individuals like 100 journalists without trial under this interim government? Will you condemn this and ask them to free them?
We will take that back, and I'll get you an answer as soon as we can get one for you. Yes, sir, in the middle here.
Thank you so much.
The Turkish President Erdogan hosted the Armenian Prime Minister and his delegation in Istanbul today, and he mentioned that they talked regional issues, including the stability and peace in the Caucasian region and the problems or the issues between Turkey and Armenia. How do you follow these meetings?
Well, I've not spoken to the Secretary specifically about that particular instance, but I'm sure we will be able to get to you his opinion and the nature of how he's reacting. I would also suggest the White House as well for you for more information in that regard, but if we can take that back. And with that, that is going to be it for me today. It is, again, Friday. My thanks to you for coming up on a day that is not our normal briefing day, and I appreciate it. Have a lovely day. And we will see you next week. Tuesday and Thursday is is security here or is security not here? Let's get this going because this has gotten a little old and inappropriate. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know what was happening at the end, if there was a reporter who was shouting something out or something. So I don't know that we really heard much new in that press briefing, but I wanted you to hear it. Okay, so that was the State Department press briefing. We saw that. And there is Tel Aviv. And again, it sounded like that person maybe had been there before or something similar had happened before. I didn't hear what he was saying. Hey, let me thank a couple people. Let me just say thanks to a couple people, and then we will continue. Thank you to so much Michelle Cook for being a member, Chris Canada, Quebec City, Holy Earth, Exceedi, Ben James. As I said before, Ben mentioned there was a 5.1 or 5.2 earthquake in Iran. I have seen nothing to suggest that's anything other than a normal earthquake. Iran is one of the most seismically active countries in the world. They very regularly have significant earthquakes there. Thank you, Ben James. Thank you so much to Jawhead Tech. Thank you, Parneet 2601. Thank you, OU Mike. Radar Gronewald. Lewis R. Don't Kill Me, I'm Just a Vibe. Miss Curvy. Gifted Red Wing 96. Thank you. Natalie C. Thank you. And also Viridian Bloom. And over on Twitch, thanks to the King of Wit for the gift subs on Twitch. Thank you. A Fisher Girl on Twitch. J Drabble on Twitch. Sweetums as well. All right, let's get some updates here. In case you missed it, Iran today said that they would only talk to the U.S. if Israel stopped attacking them. That's what was said. I'll actually show you again the quote from the Iranian foreign minister.
I express Iran's serious.
He says that in the middle of his remarks today, let me just throw it up on the screen here. Oops. Now what happened? Everything got messed up. There. One moment. He said...
Sorry, could you possibly move out of the way to
The regime would stop the aggression and ensuring its non-reoccurrence. Iran's nuclear is a serious crime and violates heinous attacks by E3 and EU. Iran is ready to consider diplomacy once again, and once aggression is stopped and the aggressor is held accountable for the crimes committed. In this regard, I made it crystal clear that Iran's defense capabilities are not negotiable. We support continuation of discussion with E3 and EU and express our readiness to meet again in the near future.
So you don't have...
So he said he wanted to meet with the European representatives in the near future. But I want to, again, emphasize this.
And violation of international law. In this content, I express grave concern on non-condemnation of these heinous attacks.
One moment, coming up right now.
By E3 and EU. Iran is ready to consider diplomacy once again, and once aggression is stopped and the aggressor is held accountable for the crimes committed. In this
He said Iran is ready to consider diplomacy once again once aggression is stopped and the aggressor is held accountable. Which sounds like he's saying they're not going to do diplomacy unless Israel agrees to stop attacking them. That's what it sounded like to me. Which I don't think there's probably a good chance of that happening. Now, maybe that'll change, but that's what it sounded like to me. James Cheek thinks no deal. By the way, it's not just me who interpreted them that way. You can see Reuters says Iran says no to nuclear talks during conflict. Mary Termini says that's definitely not happening. Now, maybe they could change their position, but that's what it sounded like to me. That was today. Bill Huang, our subscriber on Twitch, says deal or no deal. Junglist Soldier says can't really negotiate while your country is being bombed. I Rule All says he has 13 days and counting. Paula thought that sounded reasonable. Apple Fritter says that means no. Thanks, by the way, to Chuck Mosca for subscribing on Facebook. Thank you, Chuck. And also Rita Evans Lang for subscribing on Facebook. Thank you. And also thanks to our Twitch subscribers, people like Kezi Bun Gaming. Keezy Bun Gaming. Thank you. The King of Wit, Matthew Kohai 3. Bill Huang, Bad Toastery. Thank you. Jazzy Renee. We haven't even talked yet about the cluster bomb thing. We got to talk about that. Cluster munitions. It's 10:23 local time, Israel time, by the way. Look at this. Israel says Iran fired. Oh, that's from yesterday, but there was another one today. Yesterday, Israel says Iran fired cluster bomb bearing missile. Yesterday, Reuters reports, Israel said that Iran launched a missile at Israel that scattered small bombs with the aim of increasing civilian casualties. The Israeli embassy in Washington said cluster weapons are designed to disperse over a large area and maximize the chances of a harmful strike. But today, there was another one, allegedly. Get you an update about that. Yes, Manny Fabian, I'll post a link in the chat. I had posted this on my X account before. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says, Iran likely targeted Beersheba with a cluster bomb in its latest attack on Israel, footage shows. Videos and photos from the southern city show several impacts of small munitions at multiple locations in the city, indicating that a ballistic missile carrying a cluster bomb warhead was used in the attack. One of these small munitions hit a daycare. Yesterday, the IDF confirmed that Iran launched at least one ballistic missile carrying a cluster bomb warhead at central Israel. The IDF said the missile yesterday, its warhead opened up while descending at around 7 kilometers altitude, spreading around 20 smaller munitions with around 2.5 kilograms of explosives in a radius of around 5 miles. That hasn't been confirmed from today, though. I want to show you some video of what happened today in Haifa. While we were off the air, there was a launch of about 25 missiles by Iran. And there was a hit in Haifa. AP says, Rambam Hospital in the port city of Haifa said it received 19 wounded people today from the site of an Iranian missile strike. 2 people had serious to moderate injuries and the rest were lightly hurt. And I actually have video from that Haifa scene. So let me bring it up here, if I can find it. Where did it go? There? I think it's this one. Yeah, I believe this is the Haifa one today. Oh, no, that's Beersheba. Beersheba. No, I have a Beersheba video from this morning. I thought I had a Haifa one, too. Let me see. One moment. It's not this one, I don't think.
Let me make the position.
Nope. Oh, I have, hold on. I have another video. I have another video of the Iranian foreign minister, too, which I want to show you. Haifa. Okay. This is a video from Reuters today of the aftermath in Haifa after an Israeli strike in Haifa today. Not an Iranian strike in Haifa, Israel today. Let me put that up on the screen for you. It's right there. Oops, it's not up there yet. Should be there. there. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'll just play a little bit of it. But that is from an Israeli strike today, an Iranian missile strike in Haifa. Again, this was earlier today in Haifa. I think it zooms in some. See damage up here. I don't know if this was a direct hit. I don't. This happened when we were off the air. I got to look up some more about the Haifa hit. Oh, look at like right in there. See that right there? Let me just take a look for a second and see what I can find about that. No, the Israel cams are not on the loop. Why do people say such things? The Israel cams are all live. They are not on a loop. They are live. Let me check. I had read something about Haifa before. Yes, so Times of Israel reported that at least 23 people were wounded by an Iranian missile in Haifa. There was a missile impact in Haifa. There were 3 seriously wounded, and all with, also, the Haifa mayor, according to Times of Israel, said the barrage hit 2 strategic areas in the city without elaborating. The foreign minister said it hit a mosque in Haifa and injured Muslim clerics who were in the mosque. Yes, the defense minister, I'll read you the quote from the defense minister. He said, Foreign Minister Gideon Saar said, the Iranian regime launched a missile attack on Haifa, he says, and struck the Al Jarina Mosque in Wadi Nisnas neighborhood. So I believe that must be the building we were just looking at. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know why that was so loud. Because we were just looking at a building. Right? Is this the mosque? Here? That was, according to Reuters, that is from Haifa. And it's from today. Yeah, Israeli rescue teams at a site where Iranian missile hit in Haifa. That's what it says. Maybe it's near the mosque. Maybe this is like next door or something. I'm not sure if this is the building. Is it a garage? Is this a parking garage or not? I don't. Is that a garage up there? I can't tell. Some viewers say it looks like a garage. So, again, maybe it's a building adjacent to the building that was hit. I'm not sure. Let me just see if the video... Yeah, I think that's on the video. That's the only building they show in that video. Anyways. But one of our viewers says it's a mosque, so I don't know. But there's clearly significant damage there. Okay, so that's that one. And then there was a video. So this morning we were on the air when a missile hit next to an apartment building in Beersheba. And I actually have a video from Beersheba. That previous video was a Reuters video. This is an AFP video. But this is the Beersheba video. Right. So this is the scene that we were looking at a little this morning, but this is a video of it. Again, and in this launch this morning, there was one. So I believe in the previous wave, there were roughly 25 missiles launched and one hit in Haifa. This morning when we were on, there was a launch which I believe was one missile. Oh, Trump is speaking right now, but I don't have video of it. I don't have live video of it. President Trump is speaking right now. I'm looking at it on TV. He's being asked about Iran. He said, I think he said Europe is not going to be able to help on this one. Hopefully I can maybe get video of this to show you guys after, but I don't have video of it right now. He looks like he's at an airport. I think he's in Morristown Municipal Airport. Oh, because he's going to Bedminster. Okay. He's going to Bedminster. I'll try to get you some quotes from it. He's just taking some questions. But again, I don't have video I can show you of that. Give me one moment here. And I'll show you the video of Beersheba. Oh, what's this here? Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. He's saying it depends what the decision is. So he's not made a decision yet, just to be clear. He's talking about making a decision. But he's saying he's not decided. Tis what it is thinks it's happening. Oh, I do have, hold on. One moment here. Let me show you the video from. Let me show you the video from Beersheba from earlier today. Here's some of that video. That's the scene we were looking at. Well, that's the scene that this morning. We didn't have any video of it this morning. Now we have video. So this was a missile strike where I believe there was only one missile fired and it got through. This is the same city in southern Israel where the hospital is that was hit with a missile 2 days ago. It's the same city. And there were a number of vehicles on fire from this missile hit in front of that apartment building. And there was a big crater in front of the apartment building. So again, this was earlier today. This was this morning. One of our viewers said Iron Dome is starting to fail. I don't know that. I don't know that it's, I don't know that it's, that are they running low on interceptors? Is Iran using different tactics? Is the fact that it's they're firing some at the south, does Israel maybe prioritize, they might have to prioritize certain locations above others? Was Beersheba less prioritized? I don't know. Those are good questions. I don't have that information for you. I'm sure it's very sensitive information about how well their, well or not well their air defense is functioning. This was a one missile, according to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, though, this one was a one missile wave, and the missile got through. Anyways, I just wanted to show you that. That's from AFP. Okay. And then I'm also going to put up on the screen the Modine cam, and we're going to take some of your comments on the air. I know President Trump is answering questions now, but I don't have video of that I am allowed to show you. So maybe I can get some video after, or at least I'll get some quotes after from what he said. All right, I'm putting Modine on the screen for you guys right now. There it is. Modine, Israel, in central Israel. Is it Modine? Is that what it is? Modine. Modine. I didn't realize that. Modine. We saw the State Department briefing. We watched it. I'm guessing when Trump stops answering questions, I will get a report from the White House pool with some quotes from him. In the meantime, we'll discuss things more. Something on the negotiations that are going on with Iran right now. Some European diplomats talked to Iran's foreign minister today. One official told the Washington Post that talks today would bring up the U.S. demand of zero enrichment of uranium by Iran. Tehran has said it is open to negotiating over its nuclear activities, but rejects giving up all uranium enrichment, maintaining that it has the right to enrich nuclear fuel for civilian use. So that is a key part of the negotiations. Now, C3 Pee Wee Herman said there was some proposal that Iran could maybe import already enriched uranium. I hadn't heard that. So that they're not enriching it themselves? That's interesting. I hadn't heard that. I'll have to look that up. So that was part of the 2015 deal. I'm reading that the 2015 deal, which was originally signed and then Trump pulled out of it, oh no, that required, the 2015 deal required Iran to keep its uranium enrichment at no more than 3.67%. Now I think it's up to 60%. Yeah, Reuters has an article here. Let me show you this from. Let me. I think I can bring this up here. Back in, Marco Rubio said back. I have a Reuters article from April said, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, said in April that Iran would have to stop enriching uranium under any deal with the U.S. and could only import what is needed for a civilian nuclear program. But Iran is saying that it's not going to give up its ability to negotiate to enrich uranium. Thanks for writing in C3P Wee Herman. The enriched uranium is, as I understand it, what you would use in a nuclear power plant. When you bring enough of it together, it causes a chain reaction. So that's why they would need the enriched uranium for civilian uses. But also, if you enrich it enough, you can use it to cause a chain reaction in a nuclear bomb. So I guess the idea would be, if I'm understanding this right, hold on. I mean, one thing about giving it to them rather than having them enrich it themselves is that if they enrich it themselves, you know, you have to make sure that you can keep tabs on what they're doing. For example, that would be one reason to prefer giving it to them. But again, Iran, from everything I've seen, has said they don't want to give up the ability to do their own uranium enrichment. So something's got to give there. Because the U.S. wants no enrichment, and Iran doesn't agree with that. Soaring Moon says it would be enough enrichment to run a nuclear facility, but not enough to cause a fission bomb reaction. In theory, if they're doing it themselves, you're saying. Hassel de Hoff says, what if they don't agree? Well, then if they don't agree, the question is President Trump going to say, well, we're going to help Israel and we're going to strike their Fordo nuclear facility, their most important nuclear facility? So an Iranian state media posted an article about 10 days ago on why Iran wants its own uranium enrichment. The title of the article is "Why Uranium Enrichment is Iran's Inalienable Right and Key to Energy Sovereignty." This is from Iranian State Media Press TV. And one thing they said is that for Iran, they talk about a speech that the Supreme Leader gave about this. The Supreme Leader said he rejected the idea of Iran halting uranium enrichment. He said, without the ability to enrich uranium domestically, said the Supreme Leader, Iran would remain dependent on foreign fuel sources for its nuclear facilities, undermining the country's energy security and sovereignty. He said, without enrichment and the ability to produce nuclear fuel, even having 100 nuclear power plants would be useless, because to acquire fuel, we would have to be dependent on the U.S., and they could set dozens of conditions, said the Supreme Leader. He also said that the nuclear industry in Iran is a main industry on which numerous other scientific fields important to Iran depend. I'll actually post a link to the article, but basically it's an article talking about a speech that the Supreme Leader gave on why Iran would not give up what it considers its right to enrich its own uranium. I'm posting a link to the article right now. It's quite interesting. Just if you want to know where they're coming from. But this is Iranian state media as well, but it's basically talking about his speech. But it seems like that's going to be a tough, if that's really their position, that they want to be able to enrich uranium. And the U.S. is saying, I literally just read you an article from April which says Marco Rubio said in April that no deal unless they give up the right to, unless they stop enriching uranium. That seems like a pretty big difference between the U.S. and Iran. Hey guys, that building was the mosque. One of our viewers mentioned that the Jerusalem Post, thank you, thanks for mentioning that, posted an article, a post about the mosque that was hit in Israel. And it's literally the building we were looking at. We were looking at the mosque. I'm going to post the link right now. Jerusalem Post says, here's the mosque, and they have a picture of it, and it's the building we were looking at in that video. What is that? Why is there music on one of those? There was music playing on the Tel Aviv stream. Maybe it's a person's ringtone or something. Anyways, I'll turn the volume on in a second. But the, where is it here? Haifa. Yeah, this is the mosque. I think it's the back side of the mosque, but this is the mosque that was hit in Haifa today. Well, I'll show you in a second. That's it. That is the mosque. That is it. You can see some big damage up here. Yep. Let's see if the sound is okay to use now on the Tel Aviv stream. Seems fine now. Seems fine now. By the way, thanks so much to PZ Papa Zulu, who says Iran's enrichment to 60% purity is far beyond their need for power reactors, and its stockpile raises concerns. I want to mention the 60% thing. I was trying to find an instance where Iran gives their version on why they're enriching to 60%. One article I found says officially Iran claims 60% enrichment is required for certain research reactor needs and medical isotope production. But I haven't found the original source of that claim. The Iran deal from 2015 to 2018, 2015 to 2019, the original Iran deal required them to keep their enrichment at no more than 3.67%. 2018 is when Trump pulled out of that deal. Daniel Mullen thinks you don't build an enrichment plant in a bunker under a mountain unless it's for weapons. The deal in 2015, hold on, said they could have no more than 300 kilograms of uranium enriched to up to 3.67% purity. Now they have around 408 kilograms enriched to 60%, which is just short of weapons grade. And they have a total enriched uranium. They have 408 kilograms of 60% enriched, and over 9,000 kilograms of all enriched, whereas the limit under the 2015 deal was no more than 300 kilograms of 3.67% or less. Evelyn in Maine mentioned that. The Iran deal is not in effect. President Trump pulled out of it in 2018. Oh, I think I have some quotes from Trump for you guys. I have some quotes for Trump that he just made. No, there are no rocket alerts right now that I'm aware of. By the way, thanks to Gary Baines for the memberships. Sven Shaper, thank you for the membership. Jay Noswich, Jack Kelsall. Thanks, Jack. Hold on a second here. As Jack mentioned, it is the Al Jarina Mosque is the one in Haifa that got hit by a missile today. Thanks PZ Papa Zulu. iPro. Thanks Naresh Moirang them. And T Summers 13. And Anthony Mastrandrea. Yes, as Anthony says, it is believed that several bunker busters would be needed to destroy Fordo, not just one, from what I've seen. If that indeed happened. There's some debate out there as to whether the bunker busters could indeed destroy Fordo complex. Maybe we'll talk about that in a little bit. Thank you, Wildman. Thank you, Red Squirrel 82. Thanks, Shahidullah Mufakir and Robin and Robin's husband and dogs. Thank you, Scott Jarvis, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Thank you. Also, Classic Wife, Mr. Shovel 1968 from Denmark. Thomas Uhlendorf, I haven't heard anything about what you asked about, but if I do, I'll let you know. Yesenia Brown. Aaron, sorry, I'm a little bit behind on my thank yous. Michelle Cook. Thanks so much for your support. And Vindog Radio. Thanks, Vindog Radio. Very nice of you. Also, Cohiba and Confidence in God. Also, Big Bank 2003 over there on Twitch. And Jiva 86. Thank you, Jiva 86. That's really kind of you. I have some quotes from Trump for you. He just spoke to the press a short while ago. Okay? So, according to the White House press pool, he said Tulsi Gabbard is wrong in her assessment of how close Iran is to a nuclear assessment. I think back in March, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, said the intelligence opinion is that Iran is not building a bomb, if I have that right. Anyways, according to the press pool, Trump a few minutes ago said that Tulsi Gabbard is wrong in her assessment of how close Iran is to a nuclear bomb, I think it's meant to say. Let me just turn the volume down for a second. He said he is not inclined to press Israel to stop airstrikes so negotiations with Iran can continue. Remember, Iran said today, the foreign minister, we are not going to talk, we're not going to do diplomacy unless the attacks on us stop. President Trump said, I think it's very hard to make that request right now of Israel. If somebody is winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody is losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens, he said. He also said he might support a ceasefire, but added, it's very hard to stop when you look at it. Israel's doing well in terms of war, and I think you would say that Iran is doing less well. It's a little bit hard to get somebody to stop. Brotherfish says, so how does he plan to negotiate then? A couple more quotes from him. He was asked, is an aerial campaign in Iran enough? Do you need ground forces? He said, well, I'm not going to talk about ground forces. The last thing you want to do is a ground force. He was asked, does Iran have 2 weeks, or could you strike before that? Are you essentially giving them a 2-week deadline? Giving them a period of time? Trump replied, we're going to see what that period of time is, but I'm giving them a period of time, and I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum. He was asked if the U.S. is serious about negotiations that... Mr. President, the Iranian foreign minister this afternoon said if the U.S. is serious about negotiations, that you would call up Israel and request they would stop their airstrikes. Will you make that request? Trump, well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody is winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody is losing, but we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I think that was a repeat from before. Somebody asked him, are you worried about your reputation as a peacemaker? He said, I'm always a peacemaker. That doesn't mean sometimes you need some toughness to make peace, but always a peacemaker. So those are some quotes from his appearance with media a short while ago. Ethereal Planet says, I don't trust 2 weeks to mean anything. The King of Wit says he does repeatedly phrase it as at most 2 weeks. It could be sooner. In case you're... Oh, I wanted to mention this, that Fox News, Liz Frieden of Fox News reported today that the USS Nimitz carrier strike group will arrive in the Middle East this weekend. The Nimitz left the South China Sea on Monday. The U.S. will now have 2 aircraft carriers in the Middle East at the same time. So for those of you who are thinking that Trump is waiting for another aircraft carrier to show up, one is supposed to show up this weekend. Crazy Dog Tube says 2 weeks delay seems ridiculous. One of our viewers just said 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, it'll be another 2 weeks. The U.S. stock market closes tomorrow. It closes at 4. Oh, it's already closed. It's already closed. And today's Friday. Also, President Trump said, according to Lucas Tomlinson, President Trump, when talking about the 2-week deadline today, said, just time to see whether or not people come to their senses. By the way, on other President Trump news, he posted on Truth Social about a possible deal with Harvard. He said, hold on. Many people have been asking what is going on with Harvard University and their large-scale improprieties, he calls them, that we have been addressing and looking for a solution. We have been working closely with Harvard, and it is very possible that a deal will be announced over the next week or so. They have acted extremely appropriately. I think he says they have acted extremely appropriately during these negotiations and appear to be committed to doing what is right. If a settlement is made on the basis that is currently being discussed, it will be mind-bogglingly historic and very good for our country. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He posted that a half an hour ago. Mr. Bigley Uncredible says Bigley historic. Anyways, just wanted to let you know about that. You know, last night when we were doing our stream, last night, well, at around the same time today, but last night, Middle Eastern time, there were no missiles fired by Iran the whole evening. But when it got, light out, then they fired. One, but it actually hit. So I don't know what to expect tonight in terms of the missiles. Thanks again to all of our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators in the chat. Thanks so much to CMC5151 who says, hope humanity can find a way to peace. Thanks Roger Mitchell who says, what's going to happen in Taiwan? Thanks to Crazy Ape M. Thank you. There was something else I wanted to mention. What I have to remember what it was. Oh, we should talk about the nuclear plant in Israel. That's been getting some discussion lately. Also checking some of the things people are sending me. Oh, I missed this. Johnny Peanuts mentioned that Jennifer Jacobs said that when Trump was talking to reporters, he said, asked if he is concerned that Iran or its proxies could wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if he orders military action. He says, tells reporters, we're always concerned about that. He said, you're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here. You guys are actually in danger. He told the reporters that today. Autism Mommy sent me a post from Rob Crilly of The Telegraph that says the White House changed Trump's trip to Europe. They shortened it a bit, and they pushed back his arrival from Monday to Tuesday. He's still going, though. Thank you, Autism Mommy, for sending that in. Murph thinks that Iran already had 2 months of negotiations and they went nowhere. Why would anything change, especially at this point? That's our viewer, Murph. Our viewer Justin Woodward said 121 years since humans first flight at Kitty Hawk, and here we are constantly dropping bombs with planes. Our species has lost the plot somewhere. Karen Moore thinks 2 things causing Trump to not make a decision are that he's concerned that the bombing of Fordo might not destroy it, and also he would like to broker peace so he could win the Peace Prize. She thinks he will keep putting the decision off. That's what Karen says. Hey, maybe we'll do a poll, which is, will Trump decide within 2 weeks? Or will it go longer than 2 weeks? And I just got to post, I got to post it on Facebook too. Then I'll show you the poll results. Okay, I said, will he decide within 2 weeks? Meaning 2 weeks from when he said 2 weeks, yesterday. Over on YouTube, we have 56% say yes, 44% say no. On Facebook, 57% say yes, 43% say no. So people are a bit divided about this. And then on Twitch, look at Twitch, 52 yes, 48 no. So our viewership is divided. A fair amount of you think that he's not going to decide in 2 weeks. Wow. Emis thinks he has already decided. One of our viewers said it's all about attacks on troop bases. Robert Lawrence thinks he's decided. All right, thanks for voting in our poll, folks. Hey, Twitch ended up 54% no. YouTube 55% yes. And Facebook is 50-50. I'm surprised. I thought we'd get more yeses. I'm surprised so many people think he won't decide in 2 weeks. Here is the Selena Wong of ABC News posted the exchange that Trump had, one of the exchanges Trump had a short while ago with reporters about his intelligence community. Question: what intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence they are at this point. Trump says, well, then the intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that? Question: your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Trump: she's wrong. He has said before that she is wrong on this. Ill No More thinks Tulsi Gabbard will resign soon. As above, so below thinks it'll happen this weekend. By the way, so Bushehr nuclear power plant, we talked about about this yesterday, is the only operating nuclear power plant in Iran. It uses Russian fuel that Russia then takes back when it is spent to reduce proliferation risk. There's been some talk of that it could be a environmental disaster if Israel were to target the Bushehr nuclear power plant. Bushehr is right on the Persian Gulf. I'll show you. Bushehr nuclear power plant. So it's right in the Persian Gulf. There's Iran, and several of these, a number of the Gulf countries use the Persian Gulf for their drinking water. They take the salt out of the water. So if there were some, if the power plant were targeted, it could result in, I want to say radiation contamination of the water, but certainly contamination of the water, possibly making it not usable for drinking. In addition to impacting the wildlife in the water. So it's right on the water. I have not heard that Israel is going to do this, but if you do at some point hear that the Bushehr nuclear power plant is under attack, it's a huge deal. Katie says fish will grow 3 heads. Raven Knight says you'll mutate your DNA for ages. Raina Hood says scary. It's a bit of a scary situation. Something to keep on your radar there. I was reading something about that yesterday. Can I find it here? Yeah. Reuters says the major concern, people have been asking sometimes, what kind of, nuclear pollution risks are there from these Israeli strikes? And Reuters says the major concern would be a strike on Iran's nuclear reactor at Bushehr. One expert at University of Manchester told Reuters that radioactive elements would be released either through a plume of volatile materials or into the sea. Another expert they talked to said an attack on Bushehr could cause an absolute radiological catastrophe. And another expert said that it would be foolhardy for the Israelis to attack Bushehr because they could pierce the reactor, which would mean releasing radioactive material into the atmosphere. GM2 Rob Gunn says Bushehr will not be attacked. Cool Map said the Jerusalem Post had the wrong picture. Are you sure about that? Oh, the picture says next to the 300-year-old mosque. I'm sorry. I owe an apology. So, I did a bad job of reading the caption. So, Jerusalem Post has an article, Iranian ballistic missile damages oldest and second oldest mosques in Haifa. And they have a picture and it shows the building we were looking at with damage. But the caption says, impact site following Iranian missile strike on downtown Haifa next to the mosque. So that's my fault. Because I said, I guess that's the mosque because that's the picture. All right, so I was showing you a building that was certainly damaged, and it's the main focus of the picture in Jerusalem Post, but the caption says it's next to the mosque. All right, thanks for letting me know. That's my fault. I should have read the caption more carefully. I'll show you right here. So again, the building I was showing you before is next to the mosque. This one, right there. That's next to the mosque. I thought maybe that's the building they have the mosque in, but it's next to the mosque. Okay. Anyways, just to clarify, if anyone's still here that was there back when I showed it originally, which was a while ago. One of our viewers, Jerry Nichols, asked about the Jerusalem camp. So he thinks Iran by the way, Jerry thinks that Iran could strike the Temple Mount and take out the Dome of the Rock. I would think that would get Muslims very mad at them. Jerry thinks that if the U.S. gets in fighting, it starts fighting with Iran, some of the Navy ships could be seriously disabled. That's what Jerry says. I appreciate you writing in, Jerry. Thank you. So regarding the Jerusalem cam, I have a camera, but I don't have, right now I can't use both the Jerusalem cam. There's certain restrictions on how many cameras I can use sometimes. So right now I can't put the Jerusalem cam up if I want to have the Modine cam up. But if there is an attack and there's a lot going on in the Jerusalem cam, I'll just put it up there. I can always switch cameras. I can switch cameras. So thank you for the message. The Israeli Air Force says that in recent hours they have completed another wave of attacks on missile launch sites in western Iran. That's what they just said. missile launch sites. Oh, hold on a second here. Thank you, by the way, to NextEat. Thanks, NextEat, and Sven Shaper. And Kerry Poteet, thank you. I appreciate it. Zen21 Tau. PZ Papa Zulu. Wildman. Lidwine Elizabeth. She said she was seeing some activity of some sort in the Netherlands? Is that what you're saying, Lidwine? Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. I'm not aware that their forces are participating, are set to participate in the Middle East, but I could see countries maybe making security preparations, thinking that there might be, you know, that if the U.S. jumps in, who knows what happens after that. Thank you, Anton Leanback. He says a nuclear power plant could radiate thousands of square miles. So I don't know the specifics about the Iran Bushehr nuclear plant, which is its only nuclear plant. If Israel attacked it, what are the different scenarios? I would presume that if Israel attacked it, they would try to avoid the worst radiological disaster scenarios. But I don't have good specifics on those kind of, on the kind of possible things they might do. I actually haven't seen really discussion on to why would Israel, I mean, obviously it's a nuclear site. Is Israel concerned about that site? Is it something they would consider attacking at all? That I don't know. But it is their only working nuclear power plant. Katie Beitzel says fallout. Sweet Cheeks thinks the U.S. is waiting for assets to be in place. Oh, I forgot. David Ray reminded me. I have another statement to play you from the Iranian foreign minister. Let me play that for you. I forgot to play it. I had it right here. I was going to show it to you. Hang on. Yeah, the article says Iran says no to nuclear talks during conflict as UN urges restraint. And I have the video here from the Iranian foreign minister. Is this it? Here it is. One moment. Here is the video coming up for you Iranian foreign minister. Turn down this volume for a second. Hang on. Hang on.
Let me make the position clear. Under the current circumstances, and as the Zionist regime's attacks continue, we are not seeking negotiations with anyone, especially not the United States, on this matter. It is the Americans who are seeking negotiations. They have sent messages multiple times, including very serious ones. But we have explicitly told them that as long as the aggression and attacks continue, there is simply no room for talk of dialogue or diplomacy. We are in a legitimate state of self-defense, and this defense cannot and will not stop. We have no discussions with the United States, which we see as a partner in these crimes. We have always had dialogue with the Europeans and have discussed various issues with them. Even now, if they have something to say, we are listening. We are not ashamed of defending the rights of the Iranian people, and we are not avoiding anyone. Let me make the...
And that was today. That was today. There are no current missile alerts that I see. No missile alerts. Thank you, Sweetums, on Twitch for your support. Michael Toshi57, Stunned in the North. Thank you so much, Stunned in the North. That's really kind of you. Also, shout out to our YouTube members. Darcy Asaf, Kerry Can, Mark Boutel, Harper Ann, Nicole Marston, Evelyn in Maine, John Oliver, Robert From, Corporate Billionaire, Love Grows, Raina Hood, American Woman, Turned Off, Bogart, Mel Brown, TFB, DC Primetime, Sherry 94, Kerry Can, American Woman, Half Mad, GM2 Rob Guns, DJ Lady Desire, Chucky Plague, David, thank you. Malmo Shagras, Rio LEC, thanks for being members. Pinoy Virus, J-Lat, Jenna T, Say My Name, Roger Shoemaker, Gary Pates, Beep Beep, all of our other members. Thank you for being members on YouTube. ICUERRN, Harper Ann, Bullish Dogs. Ralph Davis says, do you think Iran has started firing during daylight and less in dark so it covers up the interceptions better? Saves some embarrassing maybe? I have no idea if they've adjusted things. We were talking about this last time. I don't know if they're switching to firing more during the day. Some viewers thought maybe they were trying to be unpredictable. I was wondering, maybe they're experimenting with different times and they find that the missiles get through better during the day. I have no idea. It's a good question. Last night they didn't fire at all overnight. So I can't tell you why. Thanks to Jackie and Yadri watching in South Africa. Oh, yeah. You know what? Thanks so much to P3YM4N, who mentioned that the IAEA has a statement today where they talk about the Bushehr nuclear power plant. That's the one working nuclear power plant in Iran. And they say the IAEA director, International Atomic Energy Agency, said of the Bushehr plant, "This is the nuclear site in Iran where the consequences of an attack could be most serious. It is an operating nuclear power plant, and as such it hosts thousands of kilograms of nuclear material. Countries of the region have reached out directly to me over the past few hours to express their concerns, and I want to make absolutely and completely clear, in the case of an attack on the Bushehr nuclear power plant, a direct hit could result in a very high release of radioactivity to the environment. Similarly, a hit that disabled the only two lines supplying electrical power to the plant could cause its reactor's core to melt, which would result in a high release of radioactivity to the environment. In their worst case, both scenarios would necessitate protective actions such as evacuations and sheltering of the population or the need to take stable iodine, with the reach extending to different distances from a few to several hundred kilometers. Radiation monitoring would need to cover distances of several hundred kilometers, and food restrictions may need to be implemented." So that is the Bushehr, the one working nuclear plant in Iran. I've seen no reports that Israel is planning to attack it, but something to keep in mind. By the way, thanks so much to Wilt Chamberlain for your support. Thank you, Wilt. And Lizzie, thank you, Lizzie, so much. Bill Ward. Sven Shaper. AZ Intel's dad, thank you. Kerry Poteet. A. Teekster. Lidwine Elizabeth. I see your comment there, your clarification, Lidwine. Thank you. She was seeing military activity in Netherlands because of NATO, she said. Sven Shaper, thanks for your support. CIA contact. Hey, guess what happened? 2 people posted there are missiles incoming, but I don't see any missile alerts. Well, I guess people might get timed out for a long time if they did that. I'll give it a second, but I don't see any missiles incoming alerts. Does anyone else see any missile incoming alerts? Uh-oh. Yep. Sorry. Penalty box time. Yeah, we're throwing those people out of the chat. I have too many things open on my desktop. That's what I have to change. I do not know if Iran will fire any missiles during the evening. No idea. N12 News is reporting that Israel shot down a drone in the Haifa Bay area, but no alert was issued. Did the IDF say something about this? N12 News says, yes, the IDF says the Air Force intercepted a drone launched from Iran. That was launched from Iran towards Israeli territory. By policy, no alerts were triggered. So maybe it sounds like they only issue alerts at certain times. I don't know if it was because they intercepted it far enough away that they didn't need to do an alert. But by policy, no alert was issued on this one. People Planet says, I've just seen interceptions in Haifa. I think what you saw is somebody posting a video, an older video of something that happened before. The British Foreign Office says, hold on, that according to AP, the British Foreign Office said in a statement that we take the protection of our staff and British nationals extremely seriously, and we have long advised against all travel to Iran, and they are withdrawing all UK staff from its Tehran embassy as a precautionary measure. And the embassy will operate remotely. Oh, thank you, Blonde Stuff 2000. Thank you so much. Eliza Jane, thank you. Eliza says, I do not want to see another Holocaust. Israel must do what it has to. Thank you. Thank you, Perry Stein. Perry says, Iranians I met love American people but hate our government because they told me the government overthrew their government in 1953 in order to take Iran's oil. I think I can show you something about that. I have an article here from the Washington Post. The U.S. helped oust Iran's government in 1953. Here's what happened. From the Washington Post. I'll read a little of this. Over 70 years ago, they say, the U.S. played a key role in ousting Tehran's government, although the historical circumstances were very different. Against the backdrop of the Cold War and Britain's frustration over lost access to oil, the CIA coordinated a secret operation in 1953 with the British that toppled the country's democratically elected Prime Minister, Mohammad Mossadegh. In his place, Washington helped to reinstall the exiled Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, an autocrat who was sympathetic to Western interests and I'll say very anti-communist. His rule lasted until the 1979 Iranian Revolution. But a historian Washington Post talked to said the 1953 coup remains a touchstone of modern Iranian nationalism. What led to the coup in 1953? The Post says when Mossadegh, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Or is it Mossadegh? I'm going to look this up right now. Hang on. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. But it's interesting, so we'll read a little more about it. It is hold on. Mossadegh. Mossadegh. According to Wikipedia. The Post says when Mossadegh was elected to power on a nationalist platform of taking control of the country's oil assets in 1951, Washington was confronted by a dilemma. The U.S. could support his new government's nationalist aspirations or side with the British, who were dismayed by the threat that he made to the lucrative Anglo-Iranian oil company, later known as BP. The wider context was critical. At the time, Washington was deeply unsettled by the spread of communism after World War II, and the British, whose influence in the region was waning along with his dying empire, argued that Mossadegh's rise was a prelude to even greater Soviet influence in Iran. The prospect of communism in Iran was anathema to Washington, in particular to President Eisenhower. Ultimately, a historian tells the Post, ultimately the U.S. sided with their British allies in the context of the Cold War because they were afraid that if the oil crisis in Iran weren't resolved, then either Iranian communists or the Soviet Union might seize power. What happened in 1953? Kermit Roosevelt Jr., the CIA's top agent charged with orchestrating the coup, was given permission to proceed. America didn't bomb anything. It was a protracted intelligence operation by the CIA, said another historian. For example, they met with Iranian operatives, communicated with the exiled Shah, and organized support among army officers and street demonstrators. The coup capped covert CIA influence operations that included the printing of fake communist propaganda to make the party appear more virulently anti-Islamic than it was. Okay, and then it says, hang on a moment here. It says, on August 19th, 1953, rebels overcame the broadcast studio of Radio Tehran and prematurely declared on the radio that Mossadegh's government had collapsed, when it hadn't yet. After that radio broadcast, it was over, a historian says. It was one of the most effective pieces of fake news in recent history of the world. What were the consequences of 1953? The Shah returned to power as Iran's monarch, ruling for over 2 decades as a Western-friendly autocrat. The period coincided with rapid economic growth and urban development for many in Iran, but was also marked by fierce political repression by the Shah's feared intelligence agency, Savak. A historian told the Post that the Shah's collaboration with the British and Americans to oust a popular nationalist government fatally wounded the legitimacy of his monarchy. His arch-domestic rival, Ayatollah Khomeini, the influential religious leader, portrayed him as a Western puppet. Iran's oil-based industrialization caused the economy to boom, but also led to rampant corruption. When the economy began to sour in 1977, the cracks in the Shah's authority only grew. After months of revolutionary unrest, the Shah left Iran in 1979 January. Soon after, it became the Islamic Republic of Iran, led by Khomeini. According to this historian that the Washington Post talked to, the memory of the coup in 1953 and the Shah's dismal image cast a long shadow and serves as a tale of caution for any domestic opponents who might contemplate supporting Iran's foreign adversaries. Iranians have a long memory, he says, and as much as they detest the Islamic Republic, they will have a visceral dislike of anyone who was seen to collaborate with a foreign power to hurt Iran and Iranians, he said. That's interesting. Interesting story of the U.S.-led and U.S. and British organized coup in 1953, where they helped throw out the helped depose the popularly elected leader of Iran, replaced him with the Shah, and then the Shah was toppled in the Iranian Revolution. That's an interesting article from the Washington Post. Little historical aside there. But I guess something you might keep in mind there is for those talking about regime change in Iran, given that history, I would think that if there was a new leader in Iran who was seen as somebody installed by Israel and the United States, there might be a lot of resistance to that among Iranians. Agent X says, history repeating itself, I feel, and yes, the history of Iran is a good read. Mountain Hobbler thinks it's not our place to force regime change. Mikhail believes most Iranians love the U.S. and Israel. Cale McCullough says, that was a long time ago. America is not the same. That was right after World War II. We weren't asking for too much. Tenfold thinks now they want to do something like that again. Thanks, by the way, to Ted037. Also, blonde stuff. Hey, blonde stuff, I'm warning you about the missile alerts. Watch it, blonde stuff. I appreciate your support, but we can't have that in the chat. Where did my thing go? I haven't seen a post from Home Front Command in hours. Thank you, Shanix, for being a member. Martin Gingrich. Thank you. Foxberry. Thanks again, Perry Stein, for mentioning 1953, so we could discuss it. By the way, this you can read more about this on Wikipedia. Mohammed Mossadegh. That is the Prime Minister of Iran from 1951 to 1953 until his government was overthrown in the 1953 Iranian coup d'etat aided by the intelligence agencies of the UK and the United States. Jordan Batani believes... Oh, Jordan says you can check so far and see the last rocket alert there. That's a good idea, Jordan. It's a very good idea. If you go to so far alert, TZOFAR alert, there's an app called... they have an app too. A website and an app. TZOFAR, so far. 8 hours ago was the last missile launch, I guess. 8 hours. Thank you, Gary Patey's our member. Thank you, Jenna T. Jenna T says the last time we attempted regime change, we spent trillions on a 20-year war. Rediscovering David says the anticipation is nerve-wracking. You mean like if the U.S. is going to go in? Hey, you know, there's some people who think when Trump's saying 2 weeks, it's just a big deception and it's going to be much sooner. Winding Road says it's possible. Twitcher, our subscriber on Twitch, thinks historically the U.S. has always been pretty poor with geopolitics on the international stage. Twitcher says losing the war in Vietnam, retreat from Afghanistan, they are all milestones of a lack of understanding about what it's dipping its toe in. That's what our viewer Twitcher said. Our viewer Ricklin says maybe Iran can become the 51st state instead of Canada. Thanks, by the way, to X-Nomadic for subscribing. According to AP, President Putin today of Russia said Israeli and U.S. leaders had both agreed to keep Russian workers safe at Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. The reactor on the Persian Gulf is fueled by uranium produced in Russia. Thanks, Leal Dahan. Leal thinks President Trump will attack Sunday or Monday. Thanks, Edwin John. Thinks Andrew Strickland, who thinks our public is scared to finish a war. That's why we lost Vietnam and Afghanistan. The American people lose interest, he said. I just saw a post, a report that I'm going to check myself. NBC News talked to the foreign minister of Iran today, did an interview with him. And what does it say here? He said Iran will not give up uranium enrichment entirely, which is what the U.S. wants it to do. He reiterated that they will not negotiate with, but only if Israel halts their attacks on Iran. Also, he said it's uncertain if they can trust the U.S. in diplomatic talks, because previously when Israel first attacked Iran a week ago, there were supposed to be U.S.-Iran talks 2 days after. He told NBC Washington was perhaps not genuinely interested in diplomacy and had merely used talks as a cover for Israel's air attack on Iran. Runar says it's been really quiet today. Well, there was some things going on earlier, but since we've been on the air. Also, I'm guessing there's probably airstrikes going on that we don't know about. That we don't know about in Iran, because of the internet blackout, guys. Internet blackout is still going on. Look at this is from 8 hours ago. Net blocks. Iran's internet shutdown has now passed the 48-hour mark. Metrics show the nation has been offline for more than 2 days, leaving loved ones out of touch and citizens ill-informed about the state of conflict with Israel. Over 2 days, no internet. And yeah, so you're going to be seeing less reports and less videos from Iran. And I know that a bunch of you guys were watching some channels that somehow had gotten some Iran streams. But my understanding is the Iran streams basically went away when they shut off the internet. Is that still the case? I would assume it's still the case. Certainly less videos coming out of there. What about Starlink? Well, I don't know, but people would need to have Starlink receivers to get Starlink. That says correct. Russell says correct. Mr. Wandover says the same thing about the lack of Iran cams now. I don't know about the availability from Starlink in Iran. And also, I don't know, like, can you just go buy a Starlink dish in Iran? And will they let you have it? I mean, I would think that that might be an issue. An article I read in AP today said that a few people were somehow doing it with VPNs. But VPNs still need to use the internet, though. So I'm not clear about that. Unless the idea is that they just... No, my understanding, it's not just international traffic, it's the internet. It says offline. I mean, literally this says they have been offline. NetBlocks knows what they're talking about. This is what they do. They say the country has been offline. I might make some food soon. Could be that time when I'm getting close to when I make some food. It is 12:23 a.m. right now. There has not been a missile alert in Israel for about, I think, about over 8 hours now. John Turpin says, how is Iran allowed to have a nuclear power plant? They're not actually providing the uranium for it. Russia provides the uranium and then takes the spent fuel away. Callie asked about the date of Israel's founding, May 14th, 1948. That is the date of founding of Israel. Nurse Weiser thinks that if President Trump engages, he will do so after giving those that need it enough time to lead safely. Thanks to Nurse. If President Trump engages, he will do so after giving those that... Why is... Did I not turn off the poll on Facebook? I got to check that now. Thanks, Nurse Weiser. Forgot to turn the poll off on Facebook from like an hour ago. I think what I should do, new Institute for the Study of War out on Iran's proxies. Maybe we'll look at that a little later. I think what I should do, this is what I often do around this point, is take 5 minutes and put my food in the air fryer. So then eventually when it's done, I'll eat my food and leave the stream on and then come back. But right now I'm just planning on taking 5 minutes. 5 minutes, everybody. 5 minutes. And I will keep an eye on things while I'm putting the food in the air fryer. And if something happens, I'll rush back in here. So let me just put this up on the screen for you. But it is that time. Where is, oops, that's not big enough. Steve will be back in 5 minutes. All right, let me take my headphones out. But we're going to keep doing this. Hold on, one moment. One moment. Will, I had to remove your comment, but thank you, Will, for your support. All right, so I'm going to take 5 minutes. I'm going to leave these feeds up. I'll be keeping an eye on them, and I'm coming back in 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for your patience. I am making my food. Hey, Tulsi Gabbard released a statement. There's a new Tulsi Gabbard statement I want to show you. So if you remember here, there's been a bunch of talk about how Tulsi Gabbard testified in March. She's the director of national intelligence, that Iran was not making a nuclear weapon. So you can see, for example, Trump disavows spy chief Gabbard's take on Iran's nuclear program, from Reuters. U.S. President Trump said on Friday that his director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was wrong in suggesting there is no evidence Iran is building a nuclear weapon. Gabbard testified to Congress in March that the U.S. intelligence community continued to judge that Tehran was not working on a nuclear warhead. So, new statement from Tulsi Gabbard. She says the media is taking her out of context. Let me show you what her statement says. Oopsie, that's not going to work. Got to do that again. Try this again. Let's try this again. She said, the dishonest media is intentionally taking my testimony out of context and spreading fake news as a way to manufacture division. America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months if they decide to finalize the assembly. President Trump has been clear that that can't happen, and I agree. So she's saying that they're on the same page and that there's not this significant division. I'll let you research it more if you want, but I just wanted to update you that she came out with that. And what I need to do is I need about 20 seconds here. Give me about 20 seconds. I'm coming right back. Okay. And to repeat, so I'm finishing making my food, but when I'm eating, I'll be watching what's happening. And if something big happens, I'll rush right in here. Like if there's a missile alert while I'm eating, I'll drop my fork and I'll rush right in here. That's how we do it. Here. Oh, hold on. Chat froze on me. I need to unfreeze it. Hey, shout out to our moderators who are here right now. Really appreciate all of our mods. Thank you. By the way, Ralph Stallworth said Tulsi caved. That's what Ralph said. Thanks, Ralph, for subscribing. Ava Knight is modding. Thank you, Ava. Thanks, Aaron Van Ness, for subscribing on Facebook. Thanks to our Twitch mods. Big Ball of Yarn, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Papa Bear, Linda Bell Glary, Misha on X. Thanks for modding there. Oh, thank you to, that's so nice of you, Rumi Kolaus. Rumi Kolaus, that's so kind of you. Thanks for your support, Rumi. I really appreciate that and your kind note. I also owe a thank you to Jose Cruz. Hey, Jose from San Diego. Thanks, Jose. That's super nice of you. Jose Cruz. And also, hold on a moment. Walking Roscoe. Walking Roscoe said, I'll volunteer to be your co-host when you make food and post polls. Basically, that's what he said. Thank you, Walking Roscoe. Thank you, David. David says, please pray for our men and women in the special forces who are already ready there. Thanks also, IndyCar. Also, Sears Catalog, I missed this. Sears Catalog said 2 weeks will turn into 10 years. Hey, thanks Sears Catalog. Thanks Pavlos Idonitis. Thank you. Thanks Gallant. Gallant said stock market closed for the weekend may be timely or not. Thanks Sears Catalog. And M. Harp. M. Harp says, too late for Iran to beg for mercy. We are already there. We gave them a chance. It's too late for them. God bless our troops. Thanks Granite Man. And Gary Pates and Andrew Strickland. And Edwin John, by the way, I owe a thanks to. Sorry, I got a little behind on my thank yous. I need to take, once again, about 20 seconds here. Give me about 20 seconds. I'm coming right back. Thank you. Thanks I7 Andy, by the way, over there on Twitch, and Michigan Rowdy on Twitch, and Fun Size Smurf. Maybe Iran has stopped firing missiles at night. Maybe this is their new strategy. I don't know. It would be really interesting to know all of the strategizing and also like how many missiles Iran has left, whether Israel is running low on interceptors, as some reporting has stated. There's all this strategizing that has to go on, not just in launching the missiles, but in doing the air defense, which areas to prioritize and everything, and whether they're using different tactics and different types of weapons, Iran. And of course, this is not something that these countries are going to publicize, but it's obviously very important. It can be a matter of life or death. I don't have a Haifa camera right now. It's interesting. I'm going to ask about that. It's possible that right now the Haifa camera isn't up just because there hasn't been that much going on. There hasn't been like a missile alert there in a while. Oh, I know what I should do. Hold on a second. I will ask about it. It's a good one to have, actually. It's also possible, remember what happened a few days ago, there was a missile hit in Haifa, and then the government told Reuters, you can't show the Haifa feed. And then 2 days later, they let them show it again. So there was a missile hit in Haifa earlier today, and I don't know if the Israeli government after that said, hey, stop showing the Haifa feed. So I don't know. I'll find out. By the way, huge thanks to Marty Hagwood. Wow. That's so generous of you, Marty. Thank you. Marty so much has been such a great supporter for the channel. Thank you so much. Marty Hagwood, thank you. I just need about 20 seconds here. Thanks Ruth Krafasi and Beth Mythical who are modding, and Janet Meet B. They're all moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you. Give me 20 more seconds. Hold on. This story, you just don't know when things are going to happen. You just don't know. And when new news is going to come out. So I'm trying to check the things people are sending me once in a while as well. I'm making an effort to do that. There was one drone intercepted. We talked about this like a couple hours ago, I think. But there wasn't even a drone alert when that happened. The Air Force said they just intercepted the drone. Thanks, by the way, to Nomb727 and Cecilia from Norway, who says the U.S. should not get involved in this war. If you missed it, Iran said today, the Iranian foreign minister said today, that Iran will not negotiate while they are being attacked. So they said they'll only negotiate if Israel stops attacking. That makes it sound like they're not going to negotiate, because I don't think Israel's going to stop attacking them. I don't know if I'll have access to it. J.D. Vance is holding a news conference in Los Angeles, but right now, the only way I would have access to it is if the White House shows it. I don't know that I will. Also, I don't know how much he'll talk about Iran. I could, if I end up getting access to it, I'll put it on in the corner, but I don't have access to it right now. I mean, I can watch it, but I don't have the rights to show it. Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to have. I mean, it just depends on if the White House shows it. Anyways. To Tulsi Gabbard's statement was made on her X account, which is at DNI Gabbard. OSIN Technical, who I follow, mentioned there are a number of U.S. Cargo planes flying between Europe and the Middle East, which could be related to upcoming operations. I can't guarantee that. Maybe when I come back, we'll look at the flight radar. Okay, what I'm going to do is I am going to eat right now, but I'm going to keep the stream going. And again, if anything big happens while I'm eating, I will rush in here. So, like if there's a missile alert, I'll rush in here. I'll stop eating and rush in here. So I'll either see you after I eat, or if there's something urgent, I'll come in before that. So thank you for your patience. Steve is eating. He'll be back shortly. He'll be back after. Maybe I'll put this, maybe I'll move this so you can actually see the sky a little more. Here's Modine, Israel. Do it this way. Put this up here. There we go. That's better. Okay. Thanks, by the way, to Alexander G. Alexander G thinks Iran would be insane not to make nukes after this preemptive attack. Well, many analysts I've seen think that if the regime survives this whole thing, that they might feel that they must rush to make a nuclear weapon. That's a risk cited of this whole operation, is that it could encourage them to actually make a nuclear weapon as fast as they can. And do it in secret without any kind of monitoring. All right. I am going to go eat right now, hang out, and I will be back shortly. And if there's something big that happens while I eat, I will run in here and stop eating. Okay? So I will see you guys in a little bit, and I will turn the volume up on the cams. Oh, and thank you, Matt Brand, as well. Thanks, Matt Brand. Thank you, Matt. Hey folks, I'm just starting to eat, but I have something for you. Also here, I'm gonna put up on the screen. Man, you don't see much, but it's there. Hold on. That really is Haifa. I know it doesn't look like it, but it's Haifa. Just to clarify, that really is Haifa on the top right. It just, you can't, it's pointed up into the sky, so you can barely see the ground. But that is the Haifa stream. All right, we're back. We are back. I need to put my headphones in, my earbuds in. Thanks for your patience. We're back. I ate, which is good. We got the Haifa cam here. That's good. No missile alerts. I think the last missile alert was 10 hours ago. Last night there were no missile launches at night from Iran, and tonight it is now 1:34 and there has not been one. There might be Israeli airstrikes going on right now. I haven't heard much reporting on it, but remember, in Israel, the in Iran, the internet has been shut down by the government for a couple days. So, a couple days and counting. So we're hearing a lot less about what's coming out of Iran, from Iran right now. Let me say a couple quick thank yous. Thank you to Alice Koch, I think it is. Alex Koch, for your support. And Calum T 1902, thanks for being a member. Tim Bowman, Joseph PR, no, Joseph, just Joseph. Dissident, thank you. Pay. Odd USAF flight coming out of Arctic, coming to the U.S. I don't know if it's related to this. We will probably check the flight radar in a second. Matt Brand. Thank you, Matt Brand. Matt asked about Diego Garcia. We should mention that as well. Thanks to all of our moderators who are here as well. Really appreciate it. Wikipedia says Diego Garcia is the largest, is a joint UK-US base. It's a joint UK-US base. I'll show you where it is on a map here. Diego Garcia. That's in the Indian Ocean. Oh, you can't see it. There's Diego Garcia. There's Iran. So Diego Garcia is roughly 2,500 miles from Iran or whatever. And our viewer was asking about it. It does host B-2 bombers that can carry
In the middle of
Bunker
the Indian...
busters. Whoa, that can carry bunker busters. Sorry. But the news outlet The National says it would likely be used as a base for a standoff attack on Iran. CNN actually had reported a couple months ago that the Pentagon had sent at least 6 B-2 bombers to Diego Garcia. Yeah, Christine Willis, our viewer, said, Christine said B-2s were sent there 2 months ago. I'm looking at an article from April 2nd talking about it. So we're bringing you the latest updates here, latest developments, checking some other things too. I have not, what is this? I'm seeing a video from, Iranian state media which claims that they've shot down an Israeli drone, but it's kind of a small pile of debris. A few days ago, Iran shot down an Israeli drone that was bigger, that has like a 45-foot wingspan or something. The video I'm looking at on Iranian state media right now, it's not that big. The claim is that they're claiming they shot down an Israeli drone. I don't know if they really did, but it's not a really big pile of stuff. It's like a pile of parts like 4 feet wide. So I don't know. Thank you, Leal Dahan and Leal's wife. Thank you. Also, Hell's Demon. Thank you, Hell's Demon. Thank you for watching and for supporting the channel. Also, MK. MK thinks it's quiet because Israel's not attacking Iran either. So this is interesting. MK says, I still hope there can be an end before this turns into a world war. Not optimistic, though. So I will say, Israel has said I want to say an hour or two ago, Israel came out and said we've been attacking some missile sites in western Iran. But I will say in the last day or so, I watched some different interviews with experts on the region, and a couple of them said they thought that Israel was getting close to kind of exhausting their initial target list. The idea is that they would have a list of targets they'd be going after, like nuclear targets and regime targets, and a couple people said they thought that they were getting close to the end of that list. Now, obviously, they'll keep going after, launchers and missiles. Also, I mean, after the hospital was hit, it sounded like, from what the Israeli defense minister is saying, that they were going to expand what they were targeting. But it is possible that they're conducting fewer strikes if they've, hit a lot of what they wanted to hit initially. But I don't know. I mean, I can't tell. It's also possible they're doing just as much, and we're just hearing about it less because the internet's out, and because maybe because Iranian regime is choosing not to publicize it. And maybe Israel doesn't want to publicize it, so I don't know. Thank you, MK. It's an interesting question. Thank you also, Hanok. Thank you, Hanok. And Rule. Rule thinks that Iran is saving missiles for after Israel strikes them, or you mean after the U.S. strikes them, maybe? Oh, are you saying, I'm sorry, I think Rule is saying that maybe Iran waits until after Israel does a plane run to launch missiles? I mean, I don't know how it works, though. I mean, it's possible that Israel is just constantly keeping several planes above Iran, you know? But Rule is saying that they're concerned about, I'm sure they are concerned about Israel attacking their launchers and their missiles. Thank you, Tim Bowman. Thank you also, Brenda Mather. And Jan Erik Edvardsen from Norway recommended a video for people to watch on YouTube. Maybe I'll check it out later. The bunker buster bomb myth. Maybe I'll check it out later. Thanks, Alexander G. from Norway. We got a few viewers watching in Norway. Thank you. Thank you, MK. MK, thank you. And also Zeke Kyle, thank you. I was just going to talk about something, and I can't remember what it was. What was I going to show you? Excuse me. By the way, the Washington Post had an article today. U.S. bases that could attack Iran and become targets. Oh, I think they had this article before. I wonder if I can get the graphic from it. Graphic map. Just to get an idea here, from this article in the Washington Post, they have this map. Locations of key U.S. military bases and troop deployments. So there's Iran. Look at all these military bases and troop deployments. Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Turkey, and the Post says they say the Iranian defense minister has said all U.S. bases are within our reach and we will boldly target them. I think we talked about this article before. The article does say while Iran possesses a diverse array of ballistic and cruise missiles, none of its arsenal, including missiles in development, could come close to reaching the United States. So they don't have missiles that can reach the United States, and they don't have, their Air Force cannot reach the United States. That is why reprisals on forces deployed in the region would be the primary U.S. concern. Um, the number one tracked flight on flight radar is a flight which it says it's over Iran, but we don't know if it is because the tracking ran out here. This is just estimated track. Black is estimated, not actual. So, what airspace is closed over Iran? Oh, hold on, I gotta get the filter off. Is this a government plane? Oh, where'd it go? Did it disappear? It says Mahan Air. Anyways. I was just looking at some of the top tracked flights. That is a Royal Jordanian. Is that a commercial plane? Like maybe? I don't know. I'm not aware of like huge doings. I'm not a flight radar expert, so I'm not aware of some kind of huge big new thing going on. Hey, it's a Germany Air Force plane in Germany. Did one of the planes say the destination was Tehran? Did I miss that? Flight Radar 24, you can go to and check it out. Flightradar24.com, excuse me. Yes, this plane, okay, this plane says the destination is Tehran. I don't know what the deal with that is. Mahan Air. Maybe it's really going to Tehran. Maybe it is. Maybe they're allowing it to fly there, even though the airspace is closed. Mahan Air is the Mahan Air is based in Tehran. It's an Iranian airline. Maybe they're allowing it to fly there. Again, it's an Iranian airline based in Tehran. C6R15 is picking up escapers. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's taking people back. Came from India. Maybe there's people who wanted to come back to the country from there. I don't know. That I don't know. Interesting. But I mean, the airspace is closed. As far as I know, the airspace is still closed. But again, you can check out flightradar24.com. You can mess around with the flight radar. Check it out. Hey, thanks also to Hanok. Hanok thinks China will be giving Iran covert military aid in exchange for oil. That's what Hanok thinks. Thank you, Hanok, for your support. Also, Calum T 1902. Calum says that in May Calum says that the island of Diego Garcia, with the U.S.-UK base on it, is technically part of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean, the country of Mauritius. A treaty to transfer sovereignty from the UK to Mauritius was signed in May of this year, with a provision that the military base at the island would remain under British control for at least 99 years. Okay. Interesting. Calum thinks any U.S. strike from there needs UK approval. The BBC says that the U.S. could launch bomber attacks from Diego Garcia, where the UK and US have a base that's now leased from nearby Mauritius. And, okay, you're right. BBC says if the US were to use Diego Garcia, it would need permission from the UK. Interesting. Thanks Karen FC Sap. Thanks Fabian Dirks. Fabian, if there's, you know, as the news, we stream as the news warrants. So if there's more news, you know, if the story continues, we'll cover it. Thank you, Doomsday, Joseph PR. Oh, I said that already. Rachel Anderson, Miss Curvy, Zeke Kyle. The Children's Center today. There was a children's center that had some damage today in Israel from a missile. Yeah, the IDF had posted a video and said, this is footage from the moment an Iranian ballistic missile hit a children's center. That's what the IDF said today. That's from about 8 hours ago they posted it. But I thought that maybe it got. Was that this missile that was called that some thought was a cluster munition? Let's see here. Yeah, Manny Fabian posted that there was what was likely a cluster bomb, which is a missile where it splits. The warhead splits open and smaller bombs are inside. And he said that videos and photos from Beersheba today showed several impacts of small munitions at multiple locations in the city, indicating a ballistic missile carrying a cluster bomb warhead was used in the attack. One of these small munitions hit a daycare. So it's a bit different than the whole missile hitting a daycare. And also, it's a bit, I mean, we don't know that, I don't have evidence that they were specifically trying to hit the daycare. But certainly, if you fire a missile into an area with a daycare, there's a risk of hitting a daycare. Anyways, that's my understanding of it via Manny Fabian, is that it was a cluster, the second one in 2 days, reportedly, second cluster bomb warhead in 2 days, and various places on the ground had damage from had munitions hit from the missile. The IDF said yesterday at least one ballistic missile carrying a cluster bomb warhead was fired, and it spread around 20 smaller munitions in a radius of around 5 miles. So is Iran going to start using more of these cluster bomb warheads? I don't know. It is 2 a.m. Israel time. Thanks, John Barnard. Thanks, Brett Wharton, for your support. Runar He from Sweden. Do you think China will seize this opportunity to strike Taiwan? I mean, all I can say is about, some viewers have asked about that. I mean, that's obviously would be an enormous operation if China tried to take Taiwan. And I don't, if they weren't planning on doing it now, I don't know that they could, it's something they could quickly throw together or would want to quickly throw together. Also, I would think if that was something being seriously considered, I don't know for sure, but there certainly may be signs of it that people who really know about that part of the world would talk about. And I have not heard a single report at all in the last week saying that there's anything going on in the China-Taiwan region that suggests some kind of Chinese move on Taiwan is imminent. So my guess is no, for those reasons. Do I know for sure? No, but that would be my guess. Thank you to G Money Food Stamps too, and Frosty. Frosty seems to think there's a high risk of escalation with Russia. Am I right about that, Frosty? Kenneth Gase, our viewer, says, China is not invading Taiwan right now. No intelligence says so. Mandrulik says they already have done so many exercises for it. They have done a number of exercises in the area, that is true. Space Fraggle thinks Israel is biting off more they can chew. Iran has powerful allies. Excuse me. Nashinas says, our viewer, that Starlink would be very expensive in Iran and not many people can afford it. There's been some questions about are people in Iran using Starlink at all because the internet's been shut off. And I just honestly don't know. I can't imagine it's that many. You know, you have to like have equipment to go get the equipment to use it, buy it. But I don't have exact numbers on that. I don't know. And I don't know if the government would have to agree to it letting it be used there, actually. I don't know that either. Fars State News Iran says, air defenses intercept hostile targets in Karaj city west of Tehran. Thanks Cinema Rick on Twitch, by the way, and Mandy Raquel and McBridges for the gift sub on Twitch. And Nuns Have No Fun gave out a bunch of gift subs on Twitch. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Nuns Have No Fun. Also, Gas Station Sushi, thank you on Twitch. Fate64, Luddington. I'm behind on my Twitch thank yous. Thank you. Peridot888. Thanks, Jazzy Renee, for subscribing all over there. Spent Primer on Twitch. Twitcher. Bastid. Tatermong. Tim Linsinger. Maple Katsu. Flew by there. Maple Katsu. Erasmus. Jazzy Renee, thank you. The State Department says hundreds of U.S. citizens left Iran last week. Hundreds of American citizens have departed Iran using land routes over the past week. Said a State Department cable. While many left without problem, numerous citizens had faced delays and harassment while trying to exit, the cable said. Washington is looking at ways of potentially evacuating its citizens from Israel, says Reuters, but it has almost no way of assisting Americans inside Iran. The two countries have had no diplomatic ties since the Iranian Revolution in 1979. The State Department does not have official figures, but thousands of U.S. citizens are thought to be residing in Iran and hundreds of thousands in Israel. How about that? Hundreds of thousands in Israel. Wow. Are they dual citizens, the ones in Israel, some of them? And thousands in Iran. I did not know. I'm going to look this up. Let's see. So I was trying to get an updated number for you. That's interesting, though. I'm seeing some different ones. Axios said that prior to October 7th, there were an estimated 600,000 Americans in Israel. I need about 6 seconds here. Hold on. It is 2:13 a.m. Currently, no missiles have been fired during the evening. Thank you, Rule, for your support. Thank you, OU Mike, who says they will go into the mountain and then the nukes start? I hope not. That's what OU Mike says. Thanks, Mark Guidetti, who says China and Russia won't fight for Iran. Lavrov said so today. Did he say that specifically today? I could show you this, I think. No. I can't, but I can mention it. Reuters reported that yesterday that Putin and Xi condemned Israel over its Iran strikes in a phone call. That's according to the Kremlin. Well, maybe I can pull up their note, their press release, the Kremlin. News. Transcripts? News? I can't find it. Anyways, Reuters says that Russia said that during Putin and Xi's call yesterday, that major countries with special influence in regions should step up with diplomatic efforts to cool down the situation. He said the warring parties, including especially Israel, should cease fire as soon as possible to prevent a cycle of escalation and avoid the spillover of the war. That's what she said yesterday, according to Russia. Putin has repeatedly said Russia stands ready to mediate between the warring sides. China buys up to 90% of Iran's crude oil exports, by the way. China buys up to 90% of Iran's crude oil exports. That's interesting. The channel email is agendafreetv@gmail.com, Frosty. Thank you, Frosty. Thank you also, Mark Guidetti, That 70s Geek, DBJ. Inventing America podcast. Who mentioned the Iranian Navy? I don't know much about it. I'd have to look it up. There's a whole article on it on Wikipedia. Iran Navy. It says there, 7 frigates, 5 corvettes, 20 fast attack craft, 54 aircraft. Did I thank Fahrenheit 451 yet? Thanks, Fahrenheit 451. Not much coming out of Iran in the last few hours. There is an internet blackout there, but not hearing much. Their foreign minister said he would not negotiate unless Israel stopped attacking Iran. Al-Manar TV, which is is that the Houthi channel? Who does Al-Manar TV? No, it's a Lebanese station. It's owned by Hezbollah. Hezbollah. It's like Hezbollah TV channel. Al-Manar TV says that air defenses have been activated in Isfahan. Isfahan has a nuclear site, which I think Iran has attacked, which I think Israel has attacked. Anyways, I'll have to check on that. Again, Al-Manar TV, which is run by Hezbollah, says air defense systems activated in Isfahan, Iran. Isfahan. The New York Times says Iran's most likely store of near bomb-grade nuclear fuel is stored at a complex outside the capital of Isfahan. Urban Soul thinks the missile will come in 2 hours. Stats thinks Iran is out of missiles. Walek Salami says war is bad, it will affect a lot of things. Chris Davis says, I take with a grain of salt what the proxies say. Oh, I should have said, I don't know for a fact there's air defense going on at Isfahan. But I just wanted to let you know that they had claimed that. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. Where is that report? Hold on a second here. I just saw a mention of something, and I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, AZ Intel, who I follow, mentioned this, that Axios says the foreign minister of Iran the foreign minister of Iran is supposed to, on Where is it here? On Saturday, so that's tomorrow. Tomorrow, the foreign minister of Iran is supposed to travel. No, that's not what I wanted. On Monday, the foreign minister of Iran is supposed to visit Moscow to meet with Putin and discuss the war. That's according to Axios. So thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning that. But again, Axios reports that on Monday, the foreign minister of Iran will go to Russia and meet with Putin to discuss the war. It's kind of at the end of the Axios article today. One of our viewers says he'll defect to Russia? Jean-Paul Lachance says he'll be asking for more missiles. I don't know if there's a realistic way, if there's a way that Russia could sneak or China could sneak missiles in there. I'm sure Israel's pretty on top of it. On top of observing everything. Tigris of Gaul says Iran has nothing left. Dovewood Capital says too much posturing, U.S. needs to go. Cadre Variety Wen says, was it Cadre who said this? Russia is not going to mess with Israel. Thanks to Bukasan on Twitch and Maliki and Veilon AE for subscribing on Twitch. Maria says, China had a plane and so did Russia enter Iranian airspace. Do we know what they were doing or dropping off? This has been this ongoing claim that some have made that China is flying planes to Iran. It's not clear that they are. I know Fox had a story about this where it said mystery flights from China to Iran raise questions amid Israel conflict. But in the story, they talk about how it's not clear those planes are actually going to Iran. There was an article I saw about this yesterday that I was talking about. If I can find it here. Yeah, France 24 I'm going to post a link in the chat. France 24 had an article that said, watch out for flight tracking images showing Chinese cargo planes landing in Iran. Since the start of the Iran war, they say X accounts have been claiming that several Chinese aircraft had landed in Iran to supply the country with weapons. However, the main airline involved has denied the allegations. And the photos from the flight tracking website have been misconstrued, France 24 says. I just posted the link in the chat. But you can check that out on France 24. I can't say for sure, but there's some doubts about it. It's 2:31 Israel time. Maybe there'll be no missiles again during the nighttime, and they'll fire them again during the daytime. That's what they've done the last couple days. Hey, thank you, Brian Roy. Thanks, Brian. KVE thinks there's a lot of spoofing in Flight Radar 24. Thanks to Red Porch, who says USA should stay out of this and let Israel fight their own battles. We have already spent enough and lost enough for Israel. They started this. Thanks Vero, who thinks Iranian Revolutionary Guard propaganda is insane on X recently. Thank you W5ELD, who says China is evacuating their oil field workers. I haven't heard about that, but I'm not saying you're wrong. Oopsie. There's a site called Upstream that claimed China was rushing workers out of Iran as conflict escalates. I can't say for sure. Thanks, My Chemical Free Life. Thanks to Monkey. Thank you to Frosty. Yeah, Chris Lee sent me that Fox article, which we had talked about yesterday. It said mystery flights from China to Iran raise questions amid Israel conflict. But we don't even know if those are flights really going to China. I need about 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds. Hang on. You know, the last two nights, why did it looks like the Tel Aviv cam got pointed down. You see that? They pointed it up in the sky, so we're seeing less of the buildings on the Tel Aviv cam. That's not good. I'm going to leave it right now. Oh, it's no, it's cloudy. It's not that, it's cloudy. I think the clouds are blocking out the buildings. Isn't that what's happening? Look, isn't that just the clouds? Look at all the clouds. If there's a missile strike, we might not see it. Breaking news, there's clouds. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a missile. Missiles launched. Breaking news, missiles have been launched. Breaking news, the IDF has identified missiles. So missiles are incoming, even though it's cloudy. So missiles are incoming. Missiles incoming to Israel. So what I need to do is see, we have these 3 cameras. Modine. I have a Jerusalem camera if we need it, but I'm going to leave these like, man, this is confusing. Now, what's going on in Modine? What's happening? Hey, look at Modine. I think in the Modine cam, you might be seeing something right now. It's cloudy, so it's hard. Look at Modine cam right here. You guys seeing that? The camera's moving around on the Modine cam. But I don't know if it's seeing anything. I know it was panning around there. It's cloudy, though. Again, Israel, this is a, Israel says it has detected missiles incoming. Hold on. Camera moving in Modine. Look at the light in the sky in Modine. Is that what it's focusing on? See this light there? That's the Modine cam. Is that a missile? I don't even know. But the camera's focusing on it. And the camera's moving around. Now it's gone. I don't know what just happened. It's cloudy everywhere, though. Haifa, there's some clouds, but you can kind of see. There's no so far alert yet. It's so far, it's just the IDF alert saying missiles have been identified. That was 4 minutes ago. The IDF said missiles have been fired. So I'm expecting a so far as well. Oh, the Haifa cam is off. Why is the Haifa cam off? What happened with that? Did the government do that? See, it says further live coverage is expected on Haifa cam. Hold on, what's this? Look, 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 look. Look, interceptor. I think that's an interceptor on the Modine cam. I think you're only seeing an interceptor there. I think. Doesn't seem like the sound is really working on well in the Modine cam. This is a little chaotic, I'm sorry, but I'm doing the best I can. I don't think you're going to see anything from Tel Aviv. I think it's too cloudy in Tel Aviv to see anything. Okay, Tel Aviv alerts. A bunch of alerts just came in for the Tel Aviv area. A number of alerts for Tel Aviv area. I can tell you that. So we'll keep an eye on, I bet you're going to hear sirens, but it might be tough to see anything. But in and around Tel Aviv, there's a bunch of missile alerts right now. That is happening right now. I can see it on my so far alert. And it looks like we're seeing maybe an interceptor on this camera. Okay. We're hearing sirens now. The little camera is Modine. The little camera is Modine here. Are we seeing anything on that camera? Take this off. It's very tough to see anything right now. It's sirens, but it's dark. Okay, Tel Aviv is panning. Tel Aviv interceptors. You can see the interceptors, and it's cloudy though. You can see them going up, but it's cloudy. Look at that on the Tel Aviv camera. Tel Aviv camera and Modine camera. It's cloudy. It's hard to see. Interceptions on the Tel Aviv cam. Interceptions on Tel Aviv cam, but it is cloudy there, so it's kind of hard to see. We did see some interceptions. We just saw another one, I think. Look at it in the middle of the clouds. It's so hard to see. Oh, and there's on the Modine cam too. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I think you're seeing the Modine cam as well, Israel. Maybe some interceptions there. Look. A bunch over there. That's Modine, Israel. Looks like maybe a bunch of it. Oh, and now another interceptor. Now more is flying through the sky on Tel Aviv cam. This is live. This is live. We're looking at the Tel Aviv and Modine cams. It's cloudy, it's hard to see. It's cloudy there. Hold on, I see something on the camera right there. Oh, a big interception maybe on the Tel Aviv cam. Wow, this looks like a sizable attack. Whoa, the sky is lighting up. The cloudy sky lighting up over Tel Aviv. And we just saw an interception on the Modine camera too. Maybe it's the same. Oh, Modine, look at Modine. Look at this. Oh, that might have been a hit. That might have been a hit on the Modine cam there. We might have seen a missile hit on the Modine cam. Whoa. We might have seen a missile hit on the Modine cam right at the end there. That might have been that big boom. It did look like we saw something going down. And one of our viewers think that was a ground hit. You might be right. So again, we may have seen a ground hit on the Modine cam, and there may have been other direct hits to the ground. I don't know, but that looked like a pretty sizable wave of missiles. We were seeing some activity. Now there's still a few alerts out there, but we were seeing interceptions on 2 cameras, and I don't necessarily think they were the same interceptions. Because normally I don't see things on 2 cameras like that. So I do think it's possible that there was a bunch of missiles in that attack. Wow. Now let me check for updates and see if we hear anything about missiles hitting, but we may have seen one there in Modine. Yes, it is quite cloudy. That is, it's quite cloudy, and we were seeing a lot of things obscured by the clouds there. I am going to start checking the sources. Hold on. Hang on a moment. And see if we can find out, or were there falls at all. But there were definitely a bunch of interceptions, it looked like. Wow. Really came out of nowhere. The Jerusalem cam I have was not showing much, but maybe you saw stuff on a different Jerusalem cam. So I'm going to just see what's being reported right in the middle of the night, Israel time. That's not smoke, that's clouds you're seeing. I haven't seen anything reliable yet about possible hits. We'll know soon if anything hit. In a moment, I might replay that shot from. Maybe I can replay that the ending of what we saw on the Modine camera. That Modine camera, we were seeing a lot on that camera. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to replay this now. I'm going to replay this. It's not live sirens going off. So let me just, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to kill the audio for a second on the Modine camera because I don't want people being confused by the sirens. And let me just see with the video if I can dig up where that last hit seemed to be. Is that it right there? Right here. Watch this. Right there. There. Okay, watch this. So look at this camera here. This is a replay. This is a replay of the Modine Israel cam right here. This is a replay. This is not live. So that might have been a missile, a direct hit right here. Watch this. See, it hits, and I think you're going to hear an explosion now. Give it a second. Did we hear an explosion after? Let's see. Oh, some of our viewers think that was an interception. Maybe it was an interception. It's hard to say because I can't tell how. I can't see back there, so I don't know if that's the ground or the air. Well, we did not hear an explosion on that stream. I don't know what happened there. Again, I'll show it again, but again, this was a replay from moments ago. Right here, this one. Oh, hold on, right? I mean, I don't know what to make of that one. So, that's central Israel. That's central Israel. So, let me see what I can find. I guess it wasn't. One of the viewers said, I guess the loud noise was Tel Aviv. If it wasn't on that camera, it was Tel Aviv. Okay. I am seeing that so far no reports of casualties. These things can change, though. These things can change. I've seen a couple of unconfirmed reports say it was about 10 missiles. Man, it seemed like maybe it was more. But let me see what I can dig up here. I'm seeing a report from a couple of Israeli reporters I follow, the security cabinet, say 5 missiles. 5 missiles, they say. Maybe it was only 5 missiles. Another account I follow is saying 5 to 7 missiles. Man, that was long for 5 to 7 missiles. Itay Blumenthal with Channel 11 Israel says around 5 missiles were launched in this latest barrage. Around 5 missiles. I have not heard any reports of casualties or missile falls yet. Oh, hold on a second. N12 near Devori says a report of a fall in central Israel. By the way, central Israel is where our camera, the Modi'in camera is. I need to turn that camera back on. There's the camera right there. So, a report of a possible fall in central Israel. And first responders are going to investigate that right now. So we'll have to see if there was a fall in central Israel. Modi'in, where this camera is, on the right there, on the left, I'm sorry, top left camera. Modi'in camera is here. It's between, there's Jerusalem and there's Tel Aviv, and our camera is from Modi'in, which is here. So we're waiting to hear more about the possible fall of a missile in central Israel. No reports hold on. No reports of casualties so far. It's about 3 in the morning there. I will, hold on a second here. I will replay the Tel Aviv feed in a bit, but I want to see what's going on. Okay. A reporter for N12 says 2 reports received of scenes where interception fragments were found. So it's possible that what we have is a case where interception fragments fell to the ground and not necessarily any direct hits. Hold on, I'm seeing an alert of some sort. Is there an alert? Is there an alert? What alert is this? Is this a... Oh no, Home Front Command, incident over. I'm seeing incident over. If I have that right. It says to set it on my phone. The incident has ended. Home Front Command. For some places at least. I just got an event ended notification. Yes, end of event notification from Home Front Command went out. So people can leave their shelters. If they're, I don't know if it's all the places or some. So we're still waiting to figure out were there any direct hits from that rocket, from that missile wave. The IDF says, the Home Front Command says, it is now permitted to leave your protected space. Again, around 5 missiles in this wave. No reports of injuries at this point. Fire and rescue spokesperson for Israel National Headquarters says no unusual reports following the barrage. I have not seen any evidence yet that any missiles hit. Khan News says about 5 missiles were launched, no casualties reported. N12 News says 2 reports of scenes where interception fragments were found. The Security Cabinet is reporting that all 5 missiles were intercepted. I have not seen any report yet of a direct hit. Yeah, N12 News says the missiles launched were successfully intercepted. Oh, hold on. Hang on. I just saw right now on one of the accounts I follow, it looks like a smoke column coming up from the ground. So was there a hit? Because there is an account I follow, what's it called? Timely News on Telegram, and it seems to show possibly either a hit or some sort of debris that hit. But I am seeing it right now, and I'm not sure where this is, but it just popped up on my timeline. So there may have been a hit of some sort. Hang on. But I just saw it pop up right now. And a number of outlets are saying that all the missiles were intercepted. So, again, I don't know if that's incorrect or maybe there was debris that came down. I am looking right now at a video. Does it show a hit? But it clearly shows smoke coming up from the ground. I don't know yet. We'll know more soon. Sometimes it takes a little while to figure out, to discover where something hit. Hang on, I'm seeing some videos being posted. I just saw that one photo of smoke coming up from the ground, and I don't really know what the deal with that is. Breaking news. Okay, I am seeing this. iNews 18, which is a Telegram channel I follow, has a photo of a fire in a building. And it says, a report of a fire in Holon. Holon is outside of Tel Aviv, apparently due to shrapnel falling on the scene. So there may be a building on fire near Tel Aviv from shrapnel falling down. I just saw a picture of it right now. I'm sure it'll be floating around on the web shortly, and when somebody posts it, I will repost it in the chat. I don't have the rights to show it here, but I will post a link to it as soon as I have a link. But it seems like maybe there's a fire in a residential building due to debris falling down. MDA says emergency health responders say no reports of casualties so far. They are en route to reported sites. So there are sites where they're going to check out. Yes, it does look like. Okay, and I'm hearing iNews 18 says no reports of direct hits, but a few areas of interception parts. And there does appear to be a fire at a residential building near Tel Aviv. Yup, I'm seeing multiple accounts saying that in Holon, near Tel Aviv, there is a fire at a building. I don't have a live stream showing it. If I did, I would put it on the air. Yeah, multiple photos now of a fire at a residential building. Hopefully everybody's okay there. It's a pretty sizable fire, it looks like. I'm going to see if I can dig up a link to the photo. Yeah, I'm going to post. Where is it? I'm seeing some people. I'm going to post a link right now. It's an account I'm not familiar with, but it's the photo. So I'm posting a link to in the chat. It's an account I'm not familiar with, but it is the photo I've seen on other accounts. So it's just to let you see the photo. So again, I'm not familiar with that account, but it is the photo. And I'm seeing the photo posted a couple places. I'll post it again. But again, that's the photo I've been seeing. The one I just posted in the chat. N12 has the same photo now. Report of a fire that broke out in a building in Holon, apparently from falling fragments from an interceptor. It's the same photo. And I'll show you where Holon is, but it's near Tel Aviv. South of Tel Aviv. Holon. Yeah, it's at the top of the building. So hopefully they can get that fire out. Hopefully nobody was hurt. Iranian state media is posting photos of this fire. I just saw them do that. A quick thank you, by the way, to Prez Foster, Kamikaze06, Stephen S., Rando, Philip Mayho, Ed Weeby, Mush Lavin. Yeah, I'll replay Tel Aviv in a second. Thank you. Chaos. I'm not aware of any missile strikes or even interceptions in Haifa. I'm not aware of it. Thank you, Frosty, who thinks these are test strikes right now. Gain the information you can from defense. That's what Frosty said. Thank you, Salazar, J&D Music, Patricia Sal, Sewell 1993, Salsa Bennett, Nino NPC. Salsa, the IDF, I believe, has said that they believe that 1 or 2 cluster bombs has been launched. That's coming from the Israeli Defense Forces. They say that's in the last couple days. Cluster bombs by cluster warheads used by Iranian missiles, that is to say. Salsa. Thank you, Nino NPC, Abu Mohandis, My Chemical Free Life, W5ELD. Thanks for your support. And also, hang on. Guy from the 207, Dark Crypto, Big Dog Gaming, Bukasan. Jean-Paul Lachance, thanks for the Facebook for the memberships as well. Knock Sue Cow, thanks for the memberships as also. Also SN 941222, thank you. Who says 5 to 10 missiles every 12 to 24 hours is supposed to crush Israel? That's not good math. Oh, I just saw here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Is this going to work? Let's see if this works. I am looking at a video of the fire. It looks like the fire is on the roof of that building. I just saw a video on Timely News, and the fire of the one building, there's a video taken from, it looks like the roof of an adjacent building, and it makes it look like the fire is on the roof. I don't know that for sure, but that's certainly what it looks like. It looks like the fire is on the roof of the building. I've seen now several videos which appear to show that. So maybe it's not even, maybe everybody inside is okay. Hopefully. Yes, breaking update. This is a statement from fire and rescue spokespersons posted by the Security Cabinet. Fire and rescue officials say, fire on the roof of a 3-story building as a result of interception shrapnel. Fire crews are working on the scene. So it is on the roof, and it was from interception shrapnel. So there you go. We have our answer. That's an official statement. About 5 missiles in that wave. No, Daphne Lale says no casualties reported from that fire at this moment. In a second, I will replay the video from, how long ago was it? from Tel Aviv. I need to pull it up here though. Oh, I just saw a photo of an interceptor in the middle of the street. Interceptor debris. Also posted by... That stuff can be really dangerous when it comes down. The missile parts and the interceptor parts. That's scary. Timely News posted it. All right, let me get... If I can figure out... I gotta just pull up the replay here. No. I'm pulling up the replay for you. All right, so the replay would have been... maybe about a half hour ago, actually. Okay. Let's go with that. I am hopefully pulling up the replay right now. I have to download it. Thank you, Alon7, for writing it. I think Alon7 might be in Israel. Thank you, Alon7. Stay safe. Did this download work? Okay, I think I'm getting the download right now. Let's see if this worked. Let's see if I have the replay right now. I have to just forward. I have to see if this is the right clip. No, that doesn't. I think we're seeing something on that clip. No, not really. Probably after that. Hang on a moment. Try again. All right, hang on. I am pulling up this video. Do I have the video now? Let's try. So weird. There's an issue with getting the replay. Not seeing it. Why am I not seeing it? Well, that didn't work. Sorry, it's a little bit of a pain sometimes to get these clips, the replay clips. So that's what I'm trying to find for you. Well, that's not it. All right, I'm trying one more clip, guys. I can just rewind our broadcast, but I'm trying to find the raw video. The raw video is much better to have. How about this one? Ooh, maybe that's it. I found it. I found some of it at least. I found some of the replay. Let's try this. One moment here. Okay, here's this there. Let's play this. This is going to be the replay of what we saw a few minutes ago. I mean, we didn't see that much because there's a lot of clouds there. Replay from earlier. Let's see what happens. I might have to forward it. Here's the replay. This is the Tel Aviv cam, by the way. This is in Tel Aviv. Number of flashes. I think there might be a little more. See another light come in there? A few more came up. Whoa, look at that one. Wow. That was pretty big. Whoa. See that big. Oh wow, there you go. I think those at the end, those were pretty close. Those interceptions seemed like a little closer. Let's go back to that big flash. If I can find it. Somewhere here was the big flash. Right there. Wow, look at that one. Look at that one. That was pretty crazy. Wow. So there you go. Wow. That was our replay. Now back to live. So again, around 5 missiles, fractions, there's some interception fragments caused a roof to catch on fire in Holon. No reported injuries. No reported injuries. Oh, the IDF just said, they say something? New update from the IDF. The IDF says the Israeli Air Force has started a series of strikes against missile storage and launching infrastructure sites in central Iran. That's what the IDF just posted. They've been doing a lot of that the last few days, targeting missile storage sites, missiles, launchers. So again, they just announced the Israeli Air Force has started a series of strikes against missile storage and launching infrastructure sites in central Iran. No injuries from that so far from the last barrage. No injuries. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the replay is over. Thank you to thanks, by the way, to Mary Strawber. Thank you, Mary. Also, I really appreciate that. Also, Alex X for the gift memberships. Frank W, Honeybee. I don't know if the interceptors can vary their speed. Maybe they can. I'm not sure. It's amazing technology, though, that you can hit a ballistic missile flying as fast as they do. But Thank you, Honeybee. Thank you, Show Jenny, Show Jenny. Also, Maxwell Plays. And Danny Donnelly and Alfonso Colmer. Thank you. Also, 47 Aero Sedan. Someone wanted me to play the Modine cam again. I can go back. I don't think we saw that much on the Modine cam. I can look at it, but probably about 40 minutes ago. This is the Modine cam here. I don't even know that there's audio on it. The Modine cam kept showing like some maybe interceptions or something. Hold on. Yeah, that's the Modine cam. That's a replay. Now, I don't know if is there any chance those are just the ones we saw in Tel Aviv. I don't know how far this can see. So I'm wondering if any of these are ones that... Yeah, so just to be clear, this is a replay from Modine. There were sirens in Modine as well as in Tel Aviv. I don't know if any of the missiles we saw in the sky in Modine are just the same ones we saw in Tel Aviv or the interceptors. Maybe you're just seeing them, but they look closer in Tel Aviv and further away in Modine. I don't even know if we saw much more in this camera. See a couple flashes on the right there. Whoa, that was a big one right there. That was a big, right there. And then we saw that fall there. I remember that. Might replay that again. Let's look at that again. I think it's coming up. See the interceptors get shot up right there at the bottom? Wow. It's kind of, just kind of caught it. You know what I can do? I can get off this. Hold on, if I do this, here, this will help us see a little bit better. Rewind 15 seconds. Here. See the, sorry. Look at this last one. Oh, we saw the interception. Wow, look at that. We actually saw the interception clearly on that, I think. See that? I couldn't see that before. Watch this. Boom. Yeah, I couldn't tell that when we first saw it, but it looked like a pretty clear shot of an interception. I can move this over a little more. Here, watch the right side. Watch the right side of your screen. Right here. That looked like one. Then this comes in. Boom. How about that? How about that? Wow. That's quite a thing. I'm actually glad. Thanks for making us watch that. That was interesting. That was from Modine. Now I got to put this back. Now I'm putting that. Now it's live again. All right, what do I got to do? I got to reset this. I got to reset this. A bit of activity, guys. There you go. Hey, thanks to Hardik Kataria. Thanks, Hardik. That's really nice of you. Also, Abracadabra and Daisy Fields. Daisy Fields thinks the doomsday clock will be edging closer. Thank you, Michael Kelly, who says the interceptors are amazingly maneuverable. Thank you, Michael. Thanks, Donna Smith, for the gift memberships. And Frank W. I think I found a video, no joke, we saw that interception a moments ago where a couple interceptors go up and the missile comes down and they go into each other. I think OSINT Technical posted a video which is just that, a little more close up. I'm posting it in the chat right now, but it looks like the exact same thing, just more close up. So I just posted that in the chat for you. Now, I don't know enough about this stuff. There's Elint News, who I follow, reposted an X post by this account called The New Area 51 that says there's a notice to airmen starting on June 21st, closing some airspace in Hawaii, and this possibly means that this is related to B-2s getting ready. I don't know. I don't know how to really interpret this. I can't, certainly with any intelligence, offer any kind of analysis of it. But I'll post it in the chat, and you can look at it. But I'm not in any kind of position to offer any kind of assessment of how to take this and whether it's a big sign of something to come or not. It's just I just don't know. But I just posted the link if you want to look at it. Hey, give me like 1 minute. I just need a minute. Thank you to Abracadabra, who says her kids and grandkids live in Modine. I hope they're all staying safe. Thank you also Florian Meyer, who thinks when there are negotiations or peace talks going on, the fighting parties want to demonstrate that nothing is agreed at all and increase their attacks. Thank you so much, Florian from Switzerland. Also, Rick Butler, who points out there are different systems in Israel designed for different types of incoming projectiles. I believe the Arrow 3s are the ones for the Iran missiles, plus some American systems. Thanks, Portec and Chris Hollins and Frank W. and Hardik Kataria. Also, CJ breaks things. A viewer, Portec, I'm not going to take a long time on this because people keep bringing it up, which is fine, but I will direct you somewhere else. Our viewer mentioned there's another one of these cargo planes that's supposed to be going from China to Turkmenistan. It's a major cargo carrier, Cargo Lux, which is a cargo plane company, right? And then they appear, they look like they're in Iranian airspace, but we actually can't tell they're in Iranian airspace because they're not being actively tracked right now. I'm going to direct you to this article about it. Cargo Lux, by the way, is a Luxembourg. Cargo Lux is a Luxembourg airline. Cargo Lux is an all-cargo airline out of Luxembourg. Okay, that's what it is. With 2,000 employees, it's a big company. With 30 planes. Okay, anyways, I'm going to repeat that France 24 has an article saying about these cargo planes, and what it says, and I will post a link in the chat, and what they say is, the headline is, "Watch out for flight tracking images showing Chinese cargo planes landing in Iran. Since the start of the Israel-Iran war, X accounts have been claiming that several Chinese aircraft have landed in Iran to supply the country with weapons. However, the main airline involved, Cargo Lux, has denied the allegations, and the photos from the flight tracking website have been misconstrued." So I'm going to defer you to this article. You can do research on it and stuff, but we've talked about it a lot, so I don't want to ignore it, but I don't want to really go down that road again. So I am posting the link in the chat. Knock yourself out. You can go read it. There's probably more articles about it. You can debate it. Fox News had an article about it. But again, I don't want to ignore it, but we've talked about it a lot. So I just want to send you that way. I'm referring you that way. So I do appreciate you bringing it up. So again, I don't want to ignore it, but we've talked about it. I feel like we've talked about it enough for today, unless something really new happens. So I will direct you there. I personally have a hard time thinking that a major, huge cargo-only airline from Luxembourg is somehow taking part in this secret Chinese weapons smuggling program, and they're allowing their planes to appear on flight radar like this, it doesn't really seem likely to me that that's happening. It would seem like if China was trying to smuggle weapons into Iran, there would be some other way of doing it. That's just my thought. I may be wrong. I don't know. That's just a thought. But again, I appreciate it. Portech7, thank you. Also, Honeybee. Thanks, Honeybee. Tracy Mosley. John Coleman. Thank you, John. Jean-Paul LeChance. Thanks for the YouTube memberships. Jojo L. Superior. Thank you. An N12 reporter, N12 is an Israeli channel, says, wave of attacks in Iran, reports of air defense systems being activated in Tehran, Isfahan, and Parchin. Air defense systems were also activated in the city of Qom in Iran, which is adjacent to the Fordo nuclear facility. Israel announced a few minutes ago they were carrying out strikes in Iran on missile sites, missile-related sites. That's what they said. No. One of our viewers asked how the missile system works, the defense system works. I mean, the basic idea of the Arrow system is that the system detects these missiles coming in. It detects whether it's heading for a populated area. And if it is, it sends an interceptor up. That's what it does. There's a lot more specifics, but that's the basic idea. It detects and it, if warranted, it sends up interceptors. The Arrow uses explosives to destroy its targets, says the Washington Post. Sorry, no. The Arrow 2 uses explosives. The Arrow 3, completed in 2017, these are the ones for missiles, Arrow 2 and Arrow 3. They are designed to intercept missiles that fly outside the Earth's atmosphere. That would be ballistic missiles. Arrow missiles cost about $3 million each, says the Washington Post. Arrow 2 uses explosive to destroy its targets. The Arrow 3 does not. It relies solely on the damage caused by physically intercepting it. David's sling system intercepts ballistic and cruise missiles and medium to long range rockets. The Arrow 2 and 3 are the top level of Israel's air defense network, says the Washington Post. They intercept missiles that fly outside Earth's atmosphere. Those missiles cost, again, Arrow missiles cost about $3 million each. Thank you, Tony Bennett and Space Fraggle and Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt Chamberlain thinks that China is reinforcing Iranian air defense. That I can't say. I haven't heard any reporting on it, but I can't say. Thank you so much, Wilt Chamberlain. Oh yeah, honeybee. I was going to point out these. The person with these Israeli air defense systems shooting down the projectiles, they're not aimed. Basically, the system controls. Think of it as like a complex computer program, and they basically. The system controls where the missiles go. It does not rely, as far as I'm aware, it does not rely on a human to aim the interceptors. The system handles that automatically. Chadwick Redmayne sent me a couple of posts, one of them from Faye Tuck's network, which claims that there might have been a targeted assassination attempt by Israel in the city of Qom. It's possible. It's possible. Maybe we'll hear something from Israel about that later. Yeah, a bunch of accounts are claiming that that might have happened. If there's a building in Iran and there's some sort of explosion in the building and it's in a small part of the building and it doesn't take down the whole building, then in that case it might be a targeted assassination. It might be that they have located somebody in a particular floor or something and they try to not take down the whole building, just try to take out that part of the building. Yeah, a lot of accounts online sharing this supposed possible targeted assassination strike in Qom. I'll post a link to it in the chat. Again, there's a bunch of accounts sharing the same video. I don't know where it originally came from, but could be legit. My sleep schedule has not been great lately. I keep saying I'm gonna catch up one night. I'm gonna really try tonight and catch up on some sleep, but we'll see if it happens. It's been so busy, so I'm trying to power through. But we've been here late all the time. Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you to Up North, by the way. Thanks, Up North. I think I'm going to stick. I mean, I think I should stick around until. A lot of times there's been launches right around sunrise. Last couple of nights there's been launches right around sunrise Israel time. So, I'm going to stick around a little longer. Thanks to John Main, by the way. Hey, shout out to our moderators, too. Thanks, John Main. Sabrina is moderating right now. Thank you. Beth Mythical. Thank you, Beth. We couldn't have our chat rooms without our moderators. Also, Ava Knight on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks, Ruby Olinger, for the Facebook stars. It's very nice. Of you. Thanks for the Facebook stars, Ruby. Thank you to our Twitch moderators. Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, McBridges and Sarah, thank you. And our ex-moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, thank you. And Stanislav Tus, thank you Stanislav, I appreciate that. Our viewer, I Am Fatness, said that the cargo plane company, whose planes sometimes might look like they're flying over Iranian airspace, he pointed out that they do say on their site that they refuse transport of any weapons. You can go look at the Cargo Lux website if you'd like. Crazy Yoda asked about, oh, he might have seen. Sorry, that was an old question. Our viewer, Crazy Yoda, mentioned that the Jerusalem Post had a story that all of the 9 nuclear scientists killed on last Friday were killed simultaneously sleeping in their homes. I don't know. I mean, if it's true this happened, I don't know how that happened, but I'll post a link to the article and you can read it from the Jerusalem Post. I don't know that that's true, but you can. I just posted a link to the article. So thanks to Crazy Yoda for mentioning the article. And then Times of Israel had an article about this. They said Channel 12 Israel claimed that the nuclear scientists were killed using a special weapon whose details were barred from publication. And Channel 12 reported that the scientists thought they would be safe in their homes because previously assassinated nuclear scientists were killed while heading to their cars after work. That's at least a report from N12. If you missed it, Fox News' Liz Frieden had reported that the USS Nimitz carrier strike group will arrive in the Middle East this weekend, which will give the U.S. 2 carriers in the Middle East at the same time. Oh, the Haifa camera is back. The Haifa camera weirdly went out during the rocket alert. I don't know why that was. It is back, however, although you can't see that much on it. There it is. There's the Haifa cam. The Times of Israel said that tomorrow Israel will start allowing outbound flights for foreigners who have been stuck in Israel for the past week. Shout out to our subscribers on Twitch like Quake Clouds, 47 Aero Sedan. Thanks Jay Stubbles. Thanks Jay Stubbles for the gift subs. CC143. Thanks Jack's Animals and Luddington for subscribing. Big Ball of Yarn. Remove Glazers now. Or it could be Remove Glazer Snow. I don't know. The Sugaro, thanks for subscribing. Big Bank 2003. McRitches. Zuli Teak. Eric IDX. Thanks for your support on Twitch. Oh, we heard in the State Department briefing. Florida planes. So the state of Florida looks like chartered some evacuation flights. That was talked about in the State Department briefing today. CBS News says DeSantis said Florida is helping to get people home. There are apparently state-chartered planes. The flights are organized through Florida Department of Emergency Management, says local10.com. Hey, thanks, MK. MK, I think it's these flights, the outbound flights are for the people who are not from there but stuck there. I think that's the idea. There have been a lot of people stuck there who couldn't leave. Thank you again, MK. And Space Fraggle for the memberships. Thank you. And Rad Doctor. And Mario Gasolino. Big Week says Florida has a large Jewish population. The Florida Jewish population, I just looked it up. I'm seeing a couple sites say it's around 650, 700,000. Google says it's the third largest Jewish population center in the U.S. and the sixth largest Jewish population center in the world. Oh, thank you, Mo T. Thank you, Mo T. Mo T, I don't know if the scientists' family members were killed with them when they got killed. I don't know. I have no idea. The nuclear scientists who were killed reportedly in their homes last week in Iran. Thanks also PZ Papazulu. Yes, as PZ Papazulu points out, a third aircraft carrier is supposed to arrive eventually too in the region. That is true. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu. And also MK. Thanks, MK. The New York Times has an article about these Iranian-American negotiations, which may happen and may be happening. And one expert they talked to said maybe the U.S. wants Iran to say we're not gonna do any enrichment of uranium, no enrichment of uranium. Iran does not want to do that. They do not want to give up enrichment of uranium. So this expert that the New York Times talked to said, well, maybe they could basically work something out where Iran says, we're not giving up the right to enrich uranium. We're going to voluntarily temporarily stop enriching uranium. You see what I'm saying? So the idea would be it's a way to give each side what it wants in a sense, but if you do that, it's not really a long-term solution. But the person they talked to was just like, well, maybe it's a way they can work out something, because otherwise you get nothing. Anyways, it's an interesting thought. Oh, thank you, Michael Donahue and Virginia Curry. Thank you. And MK, so kind of you. Thanks for all your support, MK. And Dakota Anderson, thank you. Severe storms in North Dakota. Risk. I hope people are okay there. She said 105 mile an hour gusts. I haven't looked that up, but I hope people stay safe. That sounds pretty bad. Thanks, agoraphobic journalist, for being a member. It's 4:22 Eastern time. 4:22 Israel time. Probably the sun is coming up in Iran. Yes, sunrise has already happened in Tehran. I think we're seeing the moon and also a planet. Maybe Venus? I don't know. Oh, I know why you can't see it, because that's up there. No. Is that the moon and Venus? No. Maybe? Venus is often seen in close to the sun. Morning or evening, right? Right? Sunrise, sunset? Am I crazy? So I'm wondering if that's the moon in Venus, but I don't know for sure. You can see it on both, you can see it on the Haifa cam too, look. Look at the Haifa cam. See, it's right there, right here. Oops, I didn't turn this one on. No, there we go. Eamon thinks it's the Death Star. Hey, thanks so much to Zachary LaChance. Zachary said 2 cargo planes heading from Tehran to China that say different destination locations. I really don't want to get into the whole cargo plane world. I don't see them. I'm not saying you're wrong. Zachary, I don't know which ones you're referring to. There's a lot of planes there. I can filter for cargo. Even if I filter for cargo, I still don't know. Zachary, thank you. I appreciate it. Sharon Douglas said there were 2 that disappeared over Tehran. Again, I can't really speak to the cargo planes on Flight Radar 24. It's possible there's a benign explanation for all of them. I just don't know. For sure. It's 4:28. Chris Lee says it is Venus checked with Star Tracker. The moon in Venus. Thank you, Sky Step Drones, for watching. Also, thanks to V. Myers. Thanks so much. V. Myers said some Florida students were stranded on an Israel energy tour, and many more are still there. That's what V. Myers said. Oh, are we close on Facebook? Maybe we're close on Facebook. Oh, Facebook ended. Hey, Facebook ended. Oops, I got to restart Facebook. I was thinking about a half hour ago, I got to remember to restart Facebook. Facebook always ends after 8 hours. I really should have given people a heads up. Hopefully people know that by now over there. I am restarting Facebook. It's restarting now. Thanks again, V. Myers. Update here from NetBlocks. Iran has now been largely offline for 60 hours. Metrics show the internet shutdown continues to severely limit the public's ability to express political viewpoints, communicate freely, and follow safety alerts amid ongoing conflict with Israel. They have been largely offline for 60 hours. The government just shut it down. They shut it down. When the government did this, they claimed it because Israel was somehow misusing the Iranian internet for something or other. They blamed Israel for using the Iranian internet a certain way. I have to imagine it's a decent chance that it's more domestic considerations, that it's not because Israel was using their internet. I have to imagine it's something else. I've heard different possible explanations. Maybe they want to control the narrative to their own people. I'm not sure. Chris Lee thinks it's censorship. There's an article about that today. Here's the chart from NetBlocks. It's a good account to follow at NetBlocks if you're into this kind of tracking of internet shutdowns. At NetBlocks on X. But they know, you can see it says shutdown. They specialize in this stuff. Just all of a sudden, just shut it down. AP had an article about it today. Oh, hey, AP has a new article too. Hold on. One moment. AP says U.S. evacuates 79 family and staff from embassy in Israel as more Americans ask how to leave. The U.S. evacuated 79 staff and families from the U.S. embassy in Israel on Friday. As the conflict between Israel and Iran intensifies and growing numbers of private American citizens seek information on how to leave. The military flight, the second known to have occurred this week, left Tel Aviv for Sofia, Bulgaria. A document from the State Department that AP saw said more than 6,400 citizens in Israel had filled out an online form asking for information about when and if the U.S. government would organize evacuation flights. The document estimated between 300 and 500 people per day could need evacuation assistance should the U.S. decide to offer flights or ships. There are some 700,000 Americans in Israel, many of them dual nationals. Okay? Gary Patey says that's what the big jet leaving Israel may have been. Anyways. Yes, U.S. evacuates 79 staff and family from embassy in Israel. As more Americans ask how to leave. It's a fair number, 79 staff and families. Hang on one second. I wanted to mention the AP report on the internet outage too. This is a weird article here. Hold on. What is this article? A woman tried to call her mom in Iran. A robotic voice answered the phone. This is from AP. When Ellie, a British Iranian living in the UK, tried to call her mother in Tehran, a robotic female voice answered instead. Allo, allo, the voice said, then asked in English, who is calling? A few seconds passed. I can't heard you, the voice continued. It's English imperfect. Who do you want to speak with? I'm Alicia. Do you remember me? I think I don't know. Who are you? Ellie is one of 9 Iranians living abroad who say they have gotten strange robotic voices when they attempted to call their loved ones in Iran since Israel launched airstrikes on the country a week ago. 5 experts with whom the AP shared recordings said it could be low-tech artificial intelligence, a chatbot, or a pre-recorded message to which calls from abroad were diverted. It remains unclear who is behind the operation, though 4 of the experts believed it was likely to be the Iranian government, while the 5th saw Israel as more likely. The messages are deeply eerie and disconcerting for Iranians in the diaspora struggling to contact their families. And with an internet outage, by the way, they can't get to them on the internet. I don't know why they're doing this, says Ellie, whose mother is diabetic, low on insulin, and trapped on the outskirts of Tehran. Some of the messages are bizarre. Most of the voices speak in English, although at least one spoke Farsi. If the caller tries to talk to it, the voice just continues with its message. A 30-year-old woman living in New York who heard the same message Ellie did called it psychological warfare. And the messages can be bizarre. One woman living in the UK desperately called her mom and instead got a voice offering platitudes. Thank you for taking the time to listen, it said. Today, I'd like to share some thoughts with you and share a few things that might resonate in our daily lives. Wow. It is not clear who is behind this or what the goal is. Colin Crowell, a former vice president for Twitter's global policy, said it appeared that Iranian phone companies were diverting the calls to a default message system that does not allow calls to be completed. A cybersecurity expert, an Iranian cybersecurity expert based in the U.S., said the recordings appear to be a government measure to thwart hackers. Oh, he said in the first 2 days of Israel's campaign, mass voice and text messages were sent to Iranian phones, urging the public to gear up for emergency conditions. They aimed to spread panic similar to mass calls that government opponents made into Iran during the war with Iraq in the 1980s. The voice messages trying to calm people fit the pattern of Iranian government and how in the past it has handled emergency situations, said this cybersecurity expert. AP says mobile phones and landlines ultimately are overseen by Iran's Ministry of Information and Communications Technology, but the country's intelligence services have long been believed to be monitoring conversations. Well, that's kind of a crazy story. That's from AP. Hold on a second here. There was, I wanted to mention an AP article about the internet outage there. I just saw that other article, which I wanted to mention, but... So the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is claiming that I guess their recent missiles, they said they targeted Ben Gurion Airport and a number of military facilities. Now this was about 5 missiles. They also claimed that it included 136 drones. I saw nothing about 136 drones. Also, Al Jazeera says 2 people were killed and 4 injured on an Israeli attack on a residential building in Qom. And there was a video floating around on the internet that I know some of you saw, which some thought was maybe a targeted assassination in Qom, because like part of a residential building had been, looked like had been blown up, but not the whole thing. Fars News, state news in Iran, says a few minutes ago an explosion was heard in Isfahan. Air defense has been activated in Isfahan. Thank you to Brian Beelman for your support. I really appreciate it, Brian. Thank you. Adolf Mussolini, thank you. Susanna Branch, thank you. Florian Swanson. The earthquake in Iran today, I've seen absolutely nothing to suggest it's anything other than one of the many earthquakes they have in Iran. There is nothing I have seen from anyone with any specialized knowledge that says anything other than it's just an earthquake, a regular Iranian earthquake. It is one of the most seismically active countries in the world. And I think if it was something else, it would, from what I understand, it would be pretty easy for people who know about that kind of thing to figure out it was something else. Thank you, Florian Swanson. A second, I really appreciate it. Thanks, Disaster Reese from Australia. Smell My, thank you. Smell My thinks the cargo planes people are seeing are destined for the Netherlands European Distribution Center for online purchases from Chinese companies Temu and the likes. That's what Smell My thinks. Thank you. Thank you, Arlander. I appreciate it, Arlander. Thank you. And John Coleman. I think I thanked John Coleman. Did I miss some people? I don't know if I did. Jojo L. Superior, did I thank? CJ Breaks Things. If I didn't, thank you. Mario Gasolino, I didn't see anything. Mario, I looked. But thank you for all your support. Thanks also Moti. Moti says, I can confirm phone calls are restricted. No calls can be made from outside Iran into Iran. That's what Moti says. William Presswood mentioned a flight. I don't know which one that is. William claims there's a flight definitely going to Iran. You can check the flight tracker at flightradar24.com. Thank you, William Presswood, for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you. It is 4:51, guys. Starting to see a little light on the Israel cam. 4:51 a.m. in Israel. We got light on the Haifa cam there. AP says Iran's internet blackout leaves public in dark and creates an uneven picture of the war with Israel. As the war between Israel and Iran hits the one-week mark, Iranians have spent nearly half of that in a near communication blackout. Civilians are left unaware of when and where Israel will strike next, despite Israel issuing warnings through their Persian language online channels. When the missiles land, disconnected phone and web services mean not knowing for hours or days if their family or friends are among the victims. That's left many scrambling on various social media apps to see what's happening. Again, only a glimpse of life able to reach the internet in a nation of over 80 million people. One, a Berlin-based director for a digital rights group said the Iranian regime controls the information sphere really, really tightly. We know why the Iranian regime shuts down. It wants to control information. So their goal is quite clear. The Iranian Foreign Ministry had a post about this. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it here. Oh, is this it or not? Sorry, I thought they maybe posted about the internet thing there. Oh, sorry. Forget about what I just said about the Iranian Foreign Ministry. AP says the only access to information Iranians do have is limited to websites in the Islamic Republic. Meanwhile, Iran's state-run television and radio stations offer irregular updates on what's happening inside the country, instead focusing their time on damage wrought by the strikes on Israel. NetBlock said a handful of users have been able to maintain connectivity through virtual private networks. Those lucky few have become lifelines for Iranians left in the dark. They say the lack of information going in or out of Iran is stunning. Mehdi Yanejad, a key figure in promoting internet freedom in Iran, said the Islamic Republic is seeking to purport an image of strength, one that depicts only the narrative that Israel is being destroyed by sophisticated Iranian weapons that include ballistic missiles with multiple warheads. He said, I think most likely they're just afraid of the internet getting used to cause mass unrest in the next phase of whatever is happening. That is from AP. Did I just see, is there a drone alert? Maybe a drone alert right now? Hey, there's a drone alert. We have one drone alert in northern Israel. We haven't even had many drone alerts today. But there's one in northern Israel on the SOFAR red alert map. That is TZOFAR red alert. They have an app too that I use. SOFAR. Brian Beelman, by the way, Brian Beelman, by the way, just gave 50 people memberships. Oh my gosh, that is very generous of you. Brian Beelman, make sure you thank Brian if you got a membership from Brian. So generous. Thanks, William Nelson, our new member. John Kenyon, thank you. Yes, there is a drone alert. Those are pretty regular. I believe no drones still have hit in Israel, a populated area, during the conflict. Now that is gone, it looks like. Thanks, S Register 2, and also Stumble Boots in Ludington. Excuse me. Remember, yesterday, shortly after sunrise, there was a missile launch. Hey guys, it's the weekend, you know. It's the weekend in Israel and Iran now. Look at Haifa, by the way. Look at this shot from Haifa. Look at this. See the water in Haifa. So, some people think maybe President Trump will decide to do something this weekend. Sherry94 thinks it's becoming obvious that we are going to enter this conflict. Beast Cruel says, can't trust the Iranians. They've been weakened. Topple them now. Thanks, by the way, to Michael Clayton for subscribing. Roger Shoemaker says, bring down this wall, Khomeini. Khamenei, I think probably he means. Khamenei. Was there any update about the drone alert? That's a good question. Was there any update about the drone alert? The drone alert ended. The update is that the drone alert is over, but I don't have any update beyond that. Freeman Same thinks it was intercepted. E. Cazares says, amazing sunrise. What I can do is put this up here. Triple sunrise coverage. We have triple sunrise coverage. Gerald Short says Iran's latest statements seem like negotiations have failed. They said no negotiation until we're not being attacked anymore. Is there any, I was thinking, you know, for President Trump, there's potential downsides to either choice he makes, to going in militarily and striking the Fordo nuclear complex for Israel, or not going in. And I was thinking, well, he's going to have to do one or the other. And then I was like, is there any way he wouldn't have to do one or the other? The one thing I thought of, the one thing that would prevent him from having to do one or the other is if, well, two things. If either A, Israel attacks Fordo itself with some, I don't know, commando operation or something like that, or B, Israel just says, okay, we've done enough, our offensive is over. Like, in theory that could happen. I don't see it as that likely, but that would be the way he would avoid having to choose. Rebecca Falsetto says it's difficult to make a choice. So I was trying to think of, is there a way for him to avoid the choice? I don't think he can avoid the choice through anything he does. You know, you either got to do it or you don't do it. There's no really half doing it. Iran surrenders, Steve B says. Yeah, I guess there's that. I don't really see that likely. You are right, though. Bird Beast thinks he can avoid it for 2 weeks and then another 2 weeks. NY Committee says Netanyahu is not stopping. Recording on the Grass thinks if he doesn't do it by Sunday, he won't be doing it. Paul Ham says U.S. lends leases some B-2s, and then they give U.S. pilots Israeli citizenship, and then the U.S. is not involved that way? Paul, come on. Come on, Paul. Stug, I haven't been following the Los Angeles protest today. I haven't seen updates suggesting there's some kind of huge new thing going on there, but I haven't been super looking for it, so if I see anything, I'll let you know. Thanks, by the way, to Sherry94. She says, if he goes in, we will suffer repercussions. If he doesn't, he looks weak. And then nations will see him as weak. He won't allow that. Sherry says, Iran won't stop. Thanks, Mustafa Ozer. Hey, thanks, Mustafa. That's really nice of you. I appreciate that, Mustafa Ozer. Also, Ian Dixon. Thank you, Ian, who says Israel will keep going until the USA joins them. Thanks, Lavender Dreamin', Rhonda Rowley, David M. Did I thank Dream Squad HD? Thank you. Dream Squad HD says Netanyahu doesn't allow international media entering Gaza. The Israeli government likes to control the narrative as well in conflicts. Thanks to Bultitude, S Register. PayPay. Oh, PayPay says Iranians can revolt against the government. From people I've listened to who seem to know what they're talking about and have expertise in that region, nobody's expecting a huge revolt anytime soon. There's still this big apparatus, big government apparatus there, and people who probably feel that their well-being and their livelihood is tied to the regime. But who knows? That would be a way, maybe, to avoid, unless the new people wanted nuclear weapons. TK says people in Bell Gardens, California are very unhappy with the ice raids. I'll have to search for it. Oh, the Haifa cam is having an issue. Issue with the Haifa cam. See the spinning circle there? That is an issue with the Haifa cam. I'm going to take it off for, well, Haifa cam temporarily down. Haifa cam problems. Caitlin Collins says President Trump has a national security meeting scheduled for 6 p.m. Actually, I can see his schedule right now. Yes, he will be at a national security meeting in the Oval Office at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Hey, thanks, Megatron. Thank you so much, Megatron. I think that's going to be like his third national security meeting in 3 days. Thanks to Teixeira22. I don't know if I thanked Teixeira yet. The Haifa camera is still down. I'm going to remove the Haifa camera for the moment because it's not working. But I'll keep an eye on it. Reuters says talks show little progress. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said there was no room for negotiations with the U.S. until Israeli aggression stops. President Trump said he was unlikely to press Israel to scale back its airstrikes to allow negotiations to continue. He said, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody is winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody is losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens, he said. Israel's envoy to the UN, Danny Danon, told the Security Council on Friday that his country would not stop its attacks until Iran's nuclear threat is dismantled. Thank you, Megatron. Megatron says, beautiful warning, wishing for peace today. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu. He says it takes 3 years to learn how to apply a B2. He thinks, who won't stop? Israel and Iran? Thanks, PZ Papa Zulu. And David R. D. Young. Thank you, David. The U.S. markets are closed for the weekend. That's it. Not open on Saturday. He's at Bedminster till tomorrow. He's coming back to the White House tomorrow. National security meeting at the White House at 6 p.m. I just messaged about the Haifa camp. We're going to give it a little more time here. I can't tell what's going to happen when. The last couple of mornings, Iran has launched missile strikes. Although they did launch one a couple hours ago. Last night they didn't launch any overnight. Yeah, I'll be getting some rest after this, or I'll be trying to get some rest after this. That will be the goal for after this, is to try to get some rest. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I forget. I probably should update the headline. That headline's from like a couple hours ago. I forget the headline's even up there. Sorry. I put it up there after the missile wave, but that was a couple hours ago now. Thanks for reminding me. I just forget. Thank you, Volpe, for your support. Thank you, Taspi, for your support. Thank you, Fox, for being a member. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu. So nice of you, PZ Papa Zulu. Thank you. And Tammy D. Thank you, Tammy D. And Craig Dubb. So nice of you. Craig Dubb says 40% opposed the Ayatollah in the 80s and put that aside for nationalism to fight a total war versus Iraq. You think they'll overthrow due to Israel invading? That's what Craig says. Thank you, Craig. It's an interesting question how much people... I don't have a good sense of people in Iran who might not be fans of the regime. Is there any kind of rallying around the regime when a foreign power comes in and launches strikes? And I just don't know. I don't know what the average anti-regime person in Iran, maybe secretly the anti-regime for some of them, what do they think about this what do they think about now when they see this bombing? Does that make them more patriotic for Iran or not? Maybe they have mixed feelings. Oops. What happened here? Oh, it's working. Haifa camera is now working again. It wasn't working for a little bit, but it's now working again. It was working. It's back. Haifa cam is back. Look at this camera. You can see the water. Hold on. Oh, now it's spinning circles again. Oh no, it's having issues again. Yeah, they're having issues with their Haifa cam. That's what was happening before. Spinning circle. The spinning circles. Oops. Thanks, Jeff Stowe. I appreciate that. And Connor Lynch Staunton, thank you. Ian Dixon, thank you so much, Ian. And Joe South Oz. Thank you, Joe South Oz. That's so kind of you. Thank you for your support. By the way, a reminder, Bloomberg said in another article recently, they said Iran's bomb-grade uranium stockpiles, that's the enriched uranium they already have, can be neatly tucked into as few as 16 small canisters. And it's not clear where all that is. By the way, the last place that IAEA inspectors saw the enriched uranium, the highly enriched uranium that Iran has, they saw it last week before inspection stopped when the attack started happening. The last place the highly enriched uranium was seen was in Isfahan, the Isfahan nuclear facility. Isfahan Nuclear Technology and Resource Center. That's the last place it was seen. It's also interesting. They talked to, Bloomberg talked to, who is this person they talked to? Oh, a former IAEA inspector. A former IAEA inspector. And he said that Fordo nuclear complex was purposely built to withstand attacks. I believe the inspections stopped coming once the warfare started. Why is he saying this? Why is... I was saying to Reuters, I was saying that the Haifa camera keeps messing up. Well, maybe it's working again. We'll see. I'll try it again. I think something's wrong with it. Same thing. Yeah, it's definitely messed up. They gotta fix it. They gotta fix it. It's not my fault. Yeet P says same on a different stream, somebody has it. Well, there you go. Yeah, they gotta see that it's something wrong. Oh, now OSINT Technical said that Trump was originally, I don't know about this. OSINT Technical thinks that, I mentioned that President Trump is supposed to come back to the White House tomorrow from Bedminster and have a 6 p.m. national security meeting. OSINT Technical thinks that's a change in schedule. Now, I haven't heard any of the White House reporters say that was a change in schedule. Maybe it is. I don't know that it is. The Israeli Air Force said they shot down a drone, a suspicious aerial target, after the alerts, the latest drone alert. The building on the left is, it's a funky looking building, but I believe we looked it up before, but it's a real building. It's not, the video isn't off, it's just the way it's shaped. Uh-oh, I gotta replace my headphones. Got to replace my headphones. We went through the earbuds again. Hang on a moment here. I need to grab my other earbuds. Hang on, I'm just grabbing my other earbuds. Hang on a moment. Doing this again. Okay, now I can hear again. Now I can hear again. Hey, thanks to Bean Juice Bond. I haven't heard this. Bean Juice Bond says, I hear Israel isn't allowing natives of the promised land with dual citizenship to leave. I have not heard that. I don't know, I just haven't heard it. There's there's an article in Haaretz from, when is this? From like recently, it looks like, that says, article from Haaretz yesterday that says that if you are an Israeli, including a dual citizen, you will need to provide detailed reasons for leaving amid the ongoing war with Iran. That's what it says. It sounds like they're trying to get people out who need medical care, like people like that first. Like they try to prioritize certain people. I don't know all the specifics, though. Because it sounds like maybe they're only having emergency flights to leave, and they prioritize different groups, like foreign residents and diplomats. Anyways, what am I? But I don't know how that all works. I just found that one article. Thank you, Bean Juice Bond, for your support. The impression I got from that article is that there's a limited number of flights and they're prioritizing certain people. That's the impression I got. I don't know that there's this general prohibition on people leaving during a time of war. I mean, I assume if you're somebody who's like a reserve in the military or something like that, they wouldn't want you to leave, right? So, but I don't know how it's all working there. People are saying everyone in reserve, everyone of fighting age is in a reserve. Some of our viewers said. One article online I'm seeing says, Wikipedia says reserve service is mandatory in Israel, and it's considered part of the national ethos. The actual percentage serving in the IDF reserves has significantly dwindled over the years, and nowadays consists mainly of soldiers who served in one of the IDF combat units during their initial compulsory service. Anyways, you can read about that on Wikipedia. I think Haifa is working again. Yeah, I was trying to figure out if that was a scheduled change for Trump to go back to the White House tomorrow. Oops, everything's falling apart here. I don't know why this camera is so pink, though. Seems like that camera should be brighter, the Haifa camera. Who knows? Thank you, Jenna T. Jenna T says, on flight radar, there is a plane over Iran. Oh, this one here. It's a Boeing, and its altitude says 10,000. Just to be clear, again, this is not an actively tracked plane. The tracking stopped back here. This is a completely estimated, when it says black dotted line, that means estimated tracking. That's not actual tracking. That's all just estimated from, I guess, the previous flight track and maybe the estimated flight path. I'm not even sure. But again, all of this is estimated. So I don't even know if it's there. Thank you, Jenna. So that is a Boeing plane. Maybe it is landing in Iran. I don't know. Thank you, Gigi and Alan Lira and Ellen Sherman. Thank you. There was one missile launch during this broadcast about 3 hours ago, about 5 missiles. No missiles made direct hits. Some debris set a roof of a residential building on fire. No injuries. The Institute for the Study of War has a little report out tonight about the Iran-Russia situation. I like that website a lot. I'll post a link to their article in the chat. They cover military news. Institute for the Study of War. They do military analysis. Understandingwar.org. They say Iran is attempting to impose a dilemma on the United States and the international community: accept Iranian terms in nuclear negotiations or risk a long and challenging hunt for hidden Iranian nuclear material. This dilemma is likely designed to harden Iran's nuclear program against destruction, either by securing an agreement on Iranian terms, which would presumably allow Iran to continue enrichment, or protecting Iranian nuclear material by hiding the material, thus making a U.S. or Israeli effort to destroy the material more difficult. Interesting. A Revolutionary Guards official said on an interview today that Iran has relocated its enriched material to a secure location to prevent it from being destroyed. This statement is presumably intended to suggest to a Western audience that destroying all of Iran's nuclear material would require a long, challenging, and possibly futile hunt for hidden material, and therefore the West should negotiate with Iran. Iranian officials have expressed their interest in negotiating a nuclear deal with the U.S., but have not moderated their negotiating position from before the conflict. Iran remains committed to preserving its stated right to enrich uranium. These Iranian demands over enrichment have been a non-starter for the U.S. and Israel in the ongoing negotiations, suggesting that the statement that they had secured the enriched uranium is designed to increase the pressure on the U.S. and Israel to relax their positions. The U.S. and Israel have rejected Iranian demands and maintain that Iran will not be permitted to enrich uranium on Iranian soil. Israel has said enrichment remains a red line. President Trump has threatened to support an air campaign targeting Iranian nuclear infrastructure if Iran fails to meet U.S. demands for zero enrichment. I'll post the link again. Anyways, that's an interesting idea they talk about. That theory that Iran has hidden the material, and the idea is that it might put pressure on the U.S. and Israel to soften their position. Again, ISW thinks that Them saying they've hidden the material is presumably intended to suggest to a Western audience that destroying all of Iran's nuclear material would require a long, challenging, and possibly futile hunt for hidden material, and therefore the West should negotiate with Iran. Look, we've been talking about this for days now. I've been mentioning this again and again and again. It's a big deal where all of that enriched uranium is. There's enriched uranium enough to make multiple bombs if it's, I guess it's not a huge step up from 60% enriched to 90% enriched. So, and they have it. So that's a huge deal. If you go in and then you leave and they still have that stuff, they still have all this enriched uranium. Austin thinks it's in the Fordo. Joel O'Hora thinks Israel is acting way too arrogant. Princess Kidda says regime change would fix the issue of the enriched uranium. They need to adjust the Tel Aviv camera. Yeah, the Trump Bedminster thing is not, it's not a big surprise that he's only going to Bedminster for one day, because Jennifer Jacobs reported yesterday that he was going to Bedminster for one day. So again, his schedule has not changed. We may be getting close, guys. We may be getting close to that time. I mean, I never know when things are going to happen, but maybe we'll go a few more minutes. Dave Eno says, every time you're about to call it, something happens. That does sometimes happen. Hey, BBG, that's really nice of you. Thanks for the gift memberships. Thank you. Thanks also, Bean Juice Bond. I really appreciate it. Bean Juice Bond, thank you so much. And Brilliant Creations by Cheryl McHugh. And also, they're finished. They're fixing the Tel Aviv cam. Marielle, thank you, Marielle. who says the complex part is launching trajectory of the missile, not uranium. That's what Marielle says. I mean, to make a deliverable nuclear weapon, you'd have to be able to make it smaller and have a missile that could carry it and all that stuff. That is true. To have a deliverable nuclear weapon. But the enriched uranium gives you a big step towards getting there. Thank you, Ellen Sherman. Dub V. Doom. Did I thank Dub V. Doom and Jeff Stowe? I hope so. Fred thinks not making a decision is not a strength. We should have intervened days ago. Yeah, I see some people posting that it's like some sort of schedule change, that Trump is coming back to the White House tomorrow. It's not. Our viewer, Christ Gukasi, says, a lot of people from Iran have been going to Armenia, which is not too far. They are taking cabs and shuttles as well. Most hotels sold out. Thanks to Christ for mentioning that. Uh-oh. Oh no, the thumbnail's wrong? Did I put the wrong thumbnail on? Or is it on the actual broadcast wrong? Uh-oh. That could be a problem. Oh no. I can't believe I did that. It's been up there the whole time with the wrong thumbnail. Wow. I had no idea. The thumbnail on the broadcast on YouTube, you don't see it when you're watching, but it says Israel-Iran plus protests. It should just say Israel-Iran. Well, that's really stupid. I got to double check that. You know, it's amazing. I'll fix it now. I'll fix it now. It's really stupid. I mean, no one else even said it. I just saw the message right now. I mean, you see Iran on there. It's not like, and it says Israel-Iran, so it's not like it's the end of the world, but still, you'd like to have the right thumbnail up there. I fixed it. Well, I'll double check next time. Yeah, I think nobody noticed it. The shark let me know. Selix, our viewer, thinks that the reason that Trump hasn't gone forward yet is that they're still trying to figure out how to do the operation. That's what Selix thinks. Guys, I think we're getting close. I think we're getting very close. You know, I think it's getting to be that time. I mean, I can always come back on the air if something huge happens. I can do that. There's nothing keeping me from doing another stream, but you know, you just don't know when news is going to come up. But I think it's getting to be that time. It feels like it. I think we should kind of start moving forward. By the way, I owe a thank you to Susie Blout and Jesse Lee and Captain Jerry Donnelly. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. And Louis Aponte. Louis says the U.S. is waiting for another aircraft carrier to arrive. Thanks, Louis. Oh, also, Brilliant Creations by Cheryl McHugh. I think I thanked her already, but thank you. And also, Loft Till You Up. Yeah, it says you would cover the protest. I know. The description didn't say that, but the headline, but the thumbnail had it on. It's so stupid. Haven't done that in a while. Anyways. Yeah, so, I mean, I'll be keeping an eye out. If there's something huge that happens, I'll just come back on the air. I think maybe the Haifa cam, there's like a filter issue with the camera, with it all red like that. It's like they got to fix the camera. But I think we're going to start wrapping it up. But I'll keep an eye on things again. I'll also post about stuff. I'm on my X account a bunch. When I'm not on the air, I'm posting there all the time. At Lookner on X. I'll post updates there. I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream. We'll have to see what happens with this. Who knows? There could be other news stories involving other things too. You know? I'm sure there will be. So we'd cover that as well. So if you like live breaking news without an agenda, agenda-free TV. Subscribe and follow. Also, turn on the notifications. We cover all kind. We have a notification system because I don't know in advance when big news is going to happen, but you can find out when we're live. Sign up for our free notifications. You sign up one time, and you get sent a notification whenever we go live. It works really well. We do it through Discord. The link our mods will post in the chat. You can also find the link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Make sure you sign up for the notifications. I really appreciate you guys watching. Thank you so much for being here for our stream. Thank you so much to everybody who's been sending me updates and sending me news links and sending in comments and questions, letting me read your comments on the air, chatting in the chats, and just watching. Thank you, Links. It's one of these stories where, you know, stuff's happening, but you don't know when it's going to happen. And certainly seems like more is going to happen, right? But you don't know when, so you kind of just have to keep an eye on it and be ready to cover it when it happens. Paul Jones says it's about to start. Again, very easy for me to jump on the air and do another live stream. So If it does, it does. Hey, let's shout out our moderators too. They're awesome. They really allow us to have chat rooms here. We couldn't without our moderators. They are such a big part of the channel. Thank you so much. Roberts, May Queen, Ruth Krafasi on YouTube. Thank you. All of our YouTube moderators who've been there. Thanks so much. Linda Belk and Larry and Misha on X. On Twitch. David Green, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3. And on Facebook, Tina Niazi. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley. Paul Anderson. Thanks to all of our moderators, all of our other moderators. Thank you. And thanks to everybody who donated. So nice of you guys. That is what allows the channel to exist. So generous and so supportive. It's what allows me to buy news footage like this. Your support. I haven't thanked Patriot Sicilian yet, or M. Hey, thanks M and Mr. M. M and M's husband. Thanks so much. Jack Horicon, thanks for watching. Jack says Maverick is still training his team for the operation. I think I thanked Susie Blout. Thank you. Also, Stumble Boots over on Twitch. I think I thanked Stumble Boots. So very nice of you. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks. Oh, there's somebody else I didn't thank. I thought there was one more person I didn't thank. Am I wrong? No, I think maybe I did. Jay Wright says, see you in a couple hours. Jay Wright thinks I'm going to be running back in a couple hours. But don't forget, I mean, you know, you could have other news happen too. So that's when it gets really crazy. I'm covering multiple things. Oh, thanks, Jim Harris. I hadn't heard that. Another good way to find out when we're live is to follow us on X, at Agenda Free TV. I always post on the X account when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there, at Agenda Free TV. And thanks, Same, for watching from Ireland. Oh, we have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Discord chat, it's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Check out our Discord chat. A lot of our viewers like doing that chat on Discord. Guess we got a bunch of new people over the chat now. Thanks to our Discord mods too. Much appreciated. Also, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest that you sign up for our YouTube notifications. If you're on YouTube anyway, it's a little confusing how to do that. Here's what you need to do if you watch on YouTube and want to get the notifications. So you have to subscribe. But once you subscribe, you got to click the bell and choose all notifications. So subscribe, click the bell, all notifications. Oh, thanks, Jerry Kovacs. Hey, thanks, Jerry. That's super nice of you. Jerry Kovacs. Did I thank Patriot Sicilian? I hope I did. Thank you. I'm going to try to get some rest. Let's see. Oh, shout out to our Twitch subscribers. Thank you for subscribing over there. Bad Life Decisions Daily subscribed. Thank you. Itlander88 subscribed. Thank you. Static X. Oh, the Discord link, did it not get posted in Twitch? Maybe it got posted, but I'll post it. Oh, yeah, I see it up there. One of our viewers said, where do I find it? The viewer on Twitch who said, where do I find the Discord link? It's right above your post. It's about five posts above your post. Shrocky, Jack's Animals, thanks for subscribing. And Wall Street and Shaggy. And Tatermong. Twilu says, I'm waiting for the big response. You mean you're waiting to see if America jumps in? Or are you waiting for... We haven't really seen an Israeli... We haven't seen a noticeable Israeli response to the hospital strike from a couple days ago. So we'll see if something happens with that. Thanks, Flaps 15. 49 Load 82. Nat Love 777. Lana 71. Tatermong. Remove Glazers now. Thanks to our first-time chatter TCOD. Thanks to our other subscribers like Allistic, Tuck, Fexus, Devil Doc. Thanks, subscribers. Will this work if I do this, just to try it? Do we have a command? There it is. Thanks, Ramiz JF. Ramiz JF. Ramiz, I don't know what's going to happen. I could see the U.S. going in. I could see the U.S. deciding not to go in. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if if Israel or the U.S. is going to find the enriched uranium. Ramiz is in Hungary, by the way. Thanks for watching from there. Thanks, Mark Anis, our new member. Thanks, Jay Spider Dad, for the memberships. That's super nice of you. Thanks, Jay. Primal Chief says, I could see that bunker buster being used. Maybe. Also, shout out to our Facebook subscribers. Michael Clayton, I know, subscribed. Robert Rial II, Sharon Klassen Goslin. Hey, thanks, Paul Anderson, for being there as well, moderating. Aaron Van Ness, all of our other Facebook subscribers, thank you. And our YouTube members, oh my gosh, thank you so much. E. Cesaris, Megatron, Austin Batman, Crypto King, Trash Panda, Tyrell. Thanks, Tyrell, for being a member. Bob Berkins, Diamond, Red Girl, Brandon Mitchell, Jeff Stowe, Tommy Zinneman, Megatron, Eric Johnson, Stephanie Alex, Patrick Klein, Isabel, TJH, Paula Thompson, Cameron, Kolnick, Trash Panda, Bob Berkins, Krista Hutcherson, Sherilyn Loom Alarcon, Bluebird Softball Cookie, Detective Wisdom, Robbie Gravino, Jerry Kovacs, Jamie Jones, Basic J Crypto King. I'm probably repeating some names at this point. Sorry for him. CJC Freedom, Eric Johnson, April Coco, good to see you, April. Tammy D, Ed Weeby, Austin Batman, Andrew Wimberly, Marcelo R, Reesher 2222, Roger Shoemaker, Buster May. The one thing I could do, you're going to all say yes. Maybe I probably shouldn't do it. I was thinking the one thing I could do is, if people want to see if anything else happens, is before signing off, I could like grab a snack and just leave the stream. I'm not going to leave it up all night. I just don't do that for this. But, oh, I did see something here. Hold on. Khamenei's Khamenei's advisor Ali Shamkhani posted his first tweet since being seriously injured in the opening blow of the war. That's according to Barak Ravid. Hey, it's Ali Shamkhani. Hold on, let me show you what Ali Shamkhani said. He was injured at the start of the war. He's an advisor to the supreme leader. He says, "It was my destiny to remain with a wounded body, so I will remain to continue to be the reason for the enemy's enmity. He knows why very well, and so do I. I am ready to sacrifice myself 100 times for the people of Iran. Fighting a nation of hope and zeal is playing with fire, and that will only bring ashes to the enemy. And the bright day of victory is near, in the light of the smiles of the martyrs." Well, he got wounded, I guess, on the first day when a bunch of Iranian officials got attacked. So I did see that. The enemy's enmity. So I guess the thing I could do is the thing I could do is watch that the Tel Aviv stream go. I think they probably are restarting the Tel Aviv stream. I bet that's what it is. I bet that's what this is. They temporarily, it's coming back right now. Tel Aviv stream coming back right now. I think you'll see it in a second. Let's see. Hold on. Nope, it says live view. Looks like they lost it. I can switch that. Hold on. One moment here. One moment. Oh, hold on. They switched it to that one. It's that Tel Aviv stream. I don't know if they lose the other one. Anyways. All right, here's what I'm going to do, because I can just come back. If there's big news, I can come back on the air. Again, there's nothing keeping me from doing another stream. So I'm gonna wrap this one up. I'm going to wrap this up. And again, if there's some big development, I'll just come on there and do another stream. All right? I think it's time. So I can always come back on. And I can get back on pretty fast. So if there's some big development, just keep an eye out. We might do another stream. All right. Hey, thank you guys. I really appreciate you being here. Oh, Homeland Security says Border Patrol vehicles were violently targeted during lawful operations. Homeland Security claims some of their vehicles were violently targeted during lawful operations. No, I'm not keeping it up. I'm going to leave it, and then if something big happens, I will come back on the air. That's what we're doing. That's how we're doing it. I need a little break. All right. Thank you, Ramiz JM. Is there a realistic chance for diplomacy? It seems like the two sides are pretty far apart, honestly, but you never know. You never know. Thank you, Nok Sukau, for the gift memberships as well. And thanks everybody else for watching. Laura P, Josh D. No, we'll come back if there's big news. All right, Justin D. Winters, thanks for watching. Karen Hudson, thanks for the Facebook stars. Mary McDonald. Judy Fishaw. All right, that's it. I'm wrapping it up. But if in like 15 minutes there's some huge news, I'll just come back on and do another stream. All right, guys, that's it for now. Thanks for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.